Welcome to Braves Country Radio. We are excited to bring you a brand new season, your home for the classic call of radio baseball.
I state your name.
I state your name.
Do hereby pledge allegiance to the
Armchair.
with liberty for all.
You're in Braves country.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention now to the area in front of the pitcher's mound for tonight's ceremonial first pitch.
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
What the hell's going on out here?
Well, scared because his eyelids are jammed and his old man's here. We need a live rooster to take the curse off Jose's glove, and nobody seems to know what to get Millie for their wedding present. We're dealing with a lot of
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing, Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the man. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam, ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America you get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
People will come. They come caresses they can't even fathom. Not knowing for sure why they're doing it. They'll arrive at your door, as innocent as children, longing for the past. They sit in shirt sleeves on a perfect afternoon. They have reserved seats somewhere along one of the baselines. Back when they were children, cheered their heroes. It'll be as if they'd dipped themselves in magic waters. The memories will be so thick that I've brushed them away from their faces. People will come. The one constant through all the years has been baseball. America has rolled by like an army of steamrollers. Been erased like a blackboard. Rebuilt and erased again. Baseball to mark the time. This field, this game, it's a part of our past. It reminds us of all that once was good. There could be again. Oh, people will come. People will most definitely come.
We're all told at some point in time we can no longer play the children's game. We just don't know when that's going to be. Some of us are told at 18, some of us are told at 40. But we're all told.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Which team do you play for?
Well, I'm a...
Well, I was just wondering,
because I couldn't figure out why you would throw home when we've got a 2-run lead. You let the tying run get on second, and we lost the lead because of you.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Reed. Here's the throw to the plate.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to Fuss. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Here's a list of the players we'll be inviting to camp.
I never heard of half of these guys. And the ones I do know are way past their prime.
Most of these guys never had a prime.
This guy here is dead.
Cross him off then.
The local press seems to think we'd save everyone a lot of time and trouble if we just went out and shot ourselves.
We got uniforms and everything.
You know, you might think about taking Jesus Christ as your savior instead of fooling around with all this stuff.
I like him very much. He no help with curveball.
You trying to say Jesus Christ can't hit a curveball?
But I'll tell you, these fans are great. Listen to them. Hey, way to go, Rick. All of Ohio loves you. Come on, baby. Come on, Ricky. Come on, Ricky.
The game doesn't stink. It's a great game.
You know, one of the best things about being an ex-big leaguer is getting freebies to the game. Call the front office, bingo. And once these fans recognize me, I probably won't even have to pay for my life here. I love it.
Lineup for Braves Country by D.M. McGee. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavin. Southpaw winds and kicks. Changing speeds east and west. A gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright. The father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly. And his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts. A plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking.
the top pitcher's lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy, the big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler, Matzik, and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren, Skip Carey 2, Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren, spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young, the game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Rama-Lama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying, it felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee, to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves Country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by D.M. McGee. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj. The pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
I state your name.
I state your name.
Do hereby pledge allegiance to the
Armchair.
with liberty for all.
You're in Braves country.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention now to the area in front of the pitcher's mound for tonight's ceremonial first pitch.
You can't drink like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
What the hell's going on out here?
Well, scared because his eyelids are jammed and his old man's here. We need a live rooster to take the curse off Jose's glove, and nobody seems to know what to get Millie for their wedding present. We're dealing with a lot of
baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the man. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Polk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America you get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
People will come. There come caresses they can't even fathom. Not knowing for sure why they're doing it. They'll arrive at your door, as innocent as children, longing for the past. Sit in shirt sleeves on a perfect afternoon. They have reserved seats somewhere along one of the baselines, back when they were children. Cheered their heroes. It'll be as if they'd dipped themselves in magic waters. The memories will be so thick that I've brushed them away from their faces. People will come. The one constant through all the years has been baseball. America has rolled by like an army of steamrollers. Been erased like a blackboard. Rebuilt and erased again. Baseball to mark the time. This field, this game, it's a part of our past. It reminds us of all that once was good. And it could be again. Oh, people will come. People will most definitely come.
this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to introduce today's teams as participants in this historic game.
Play ball! Good seats, hey, buddy. He missed the tag! He missed the tag! He missed the tag!
The Potomac River, and on the far shore, the sloping hills of Arlington National Cemetery with its row upon row of simple white markers bearing crosses or stars of David. They add up to only a tiny fraction of the price that has been paid for our freedom. Each one of those markers is a monument to the kind of hero I spoke of earlier. Their lives ended in places called Belleau Wood, the Argonne, Omaha Beach, Salerno, and halfway around the world on Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Pork Chop Hill, the Chosin Reservoir, and in 100 rice paddies and jungles of a place called Vietnam. Under one such marker lies a young man, Martin Treptow, who left his job in a small-town barber shop in 1917 to go to France with the famed Rainbow Division. There on the Western Front, he was killed trying to carry a message between battalions under heavy artillery fire. We're told that on his body was found a diary. On the flyleaf, under the heading, My Pledge, he had written these words: America must win this war. Therefore I will work, I will save, I will sacrifice, I will endure. I will fight cheerfully and do my utmost as if the issue of the whole struggle depended on me alone. If we look to the answer as to why for so many years we achieved so much, prospered as no other people on earth, it was because here in this land, we unleashed the energy and individual genius of man to a greater extent than has ever been done before. Freedom and the dignity of the individual have been more available and assured here than in any other place on earth. The price for this freedom at times has been high, but we have never been unwilling to pay that price. It is time for us to realize that we're too great a nation to limit ourselves to small dreams. We're not doomed to an inevitable decline. I do not believe in a fate that will fall on us no matter what we do. I do believe in a fate that will fall on us if we do nothing. Let us renew our determination, our courage, and our strength, and let us renew our faith and our hope. We have every right to dream heroic dreams. Those who say that we're in a time when there are no heroes, they just don't know where to look. You can see heroes every day. How can we love our country and not love our countrymen? Reach out a hand when they fall, heal them when they're sick, and provide opportunity to make them self-sufficient so they will be equal in fact and not just in theory.
Keep playing like this, will be the laughing stock of the league.
All right, boys, let's get back to basics. This is a baseball. The object of the game is to keep the baseball within the confines of
Braves country.
Want a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys. Pour you a cold one. It's time for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the Atlanta Braves are back at it. We're right here with you. We're set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, the classic call of radio baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. It's time to put it all aside for what should be a great game here on the diamond. As we take you out to the old ballpark, kick up your feet, let's take a journey back to the golden age of radio baseball. We'll do our best to paint the picture as the game goes along. Roll call is on the way. It's time to join the country club, join in the fun, and chop along. Get your game face on. We'll go over the lineups as the game moves along. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. Atlanta Braves baseball right here on Braves Country Radio. Your modern-day Superstation, bringing you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves and our one-of-a-kind production. Take us anywhere you go for over 300 play-by-play games right here on the BCR. Please like and subscribe today. Don't forget to hype the videos. It helps the smaller stations to bring folks in so we can all root this great game on together. Join the country club today, and a special thanks to all the members in the country club. You help support the BCR.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Where do you come from? Where do you hail from?
You're in Braves country.
It's always great to hear where everybody's listening here in Braves country. Good afternoon, Braves country. Here's a hoping we don't get any interruptions. Looking at the radar as we speak. So there was a band going through. And strangely enough, the way it shows, if this is accurate, we're going to split the uprights and miss most of it. So hopefully the game gets in, but we'll revisit it. We got clouds in the area, but the game's expected to start here in just about now. Nationals are once again wearing their road blues in white outlined in red. See everybody in the chat, kind of a bumpy opening because they didn't relay the message that they were going to be late, though I've been watching the radar the last couple hours. They didn't relay it till right at 4 o'clock, 10 minutes before first pitch. But that's per usual for Atlanta. Unfortunately, the Braves are one of the worst organizations as far as relaying the weather information because they want everybody to come out to the stadium and buy the concessions, etc., etc. That's where that comes from.
It's got nothing to do with the front office. That is the ownership group that does all that. But not a lot you can do about it. Just got to roll with the punches. Atlanta Braves are wearing their home whites, top to bottom, Braves across the chest in red outlined in navy with the gold striping near the handle and on the axe, on the tomahawk, I guess I should say. Good to see everybody in the chat. And it looks like the Marlins just walked off the Mets. They must have hit a grand slam because it was either the bottom of the 9th or bottom of the 10th. And Florida wins it 4-0. The Mets continue to fall further and further back. It's going to come a point where we have to start pulling for the Mets against the other teams in our division. I'm not quite there yet, but eventually you're going to start looking at the other teams as a bigger threat. The only reason why I've always said that I would not pull for the Mets this early is because if they were to get back in it, them and the Phillies, they have the resources to make big trades and go for it per se. As James Wood comes to the plate, Braves in their home whites, Nationals in their home blues. Across the chest is Nationals in white, outlined in red, and we're just about set for pitch-by-pitch play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. And the first pitch on the way to Martin Perez. From Perez to James Wood is in the dirt. Lefty-lefty matchup. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires down below the knees. Ball 2, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Nothing your score, just getting going here. The 2-0 pitch. Four-seamer at the knees, 2-1. Series is split at 1 apiece as Washington won game 2 of this series. The 2-1 pitch swing smokes it down the line, foul. 2-2. This Washington National team, they've got a good young core, and in the next few years, they are going to be a threat. They're still a little ways away as the 2-2 pitch rolls it foul. And when the Nationals are rolling, they do have the resources. They just haven't spent much in the last few years because they're doing a complete rebuild. The 2-2 from Perez. Kicks and fires in the dirt. Full count. Las Matas is his nickname. That is the city that he is from, or town that he is from, in Venezuela. So that's what the Las Matas emoji is for you country club members. The 3-2 pitch. Change up, down and away. Well, they had... Okay, there he goes. Ball 4. I guess Wood didn't know that it was a full count. He'll head on down to first, and it's a leadoff walk for Perez. Game was supposed to start at 4:10 Eastern. About 20 minutes late on that. We'll see if that has any kind of effect on the starting pitchers. Lefty-righty matchup. First pitch is a cutter at the knees to Meade. He hit a homer yesterday. It's 0-1. What you'll get from Perez is a changeup 32% of the time, sinker 21% on the cutter, and 11 on the curveball. The 0-1 pitch swing hits it on the ground to Kim, and Kim will fire it to second. That's going to be a 6-4-3 rally-killing double play. Good defensive play by the Braves infield. He'll also lean on a four-seamer 4% of the time just in case. Left to right across the outfield for your Atlanta Braves today. It's Dubon, Harris and Eli White. Acuna is your designated hitter. Around the horn, third to first, Riley, Kim, Ozzie, and Olsen. Sandy Leone is behind the plate, and of course, Perez is on the bump. First pitch high and out of the zone to Chaparro. It's 1-0. The Nationals, Wood and Mead, obviously, who just hit into the double plays. The 1-0 outside wide 2-0. Chaparro at the plate. The number 4 hitter is C.J. Abrams. Dylan Cruz is batting 5th. Lyle 6th. Young 7th. Nunez 8th. And Ruiz batting 9th. 2-0 misses outside. Ball 3-3-0. Having a little bit of trouble with this command early. We've seen that a few times with Martin Perez. He normally gets it under control as the game goes on. 3-0 pitch. Right there. Sinker. Top corner. 3-1. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss at the changeup, and it's a full count. Braves are going head-to-head versus Foster Griffin. He pitched a really good game against Atlanta. Only time we've seen him. He's a southpaw. He went 7 innings of no-run ball against us. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Changeup off the plate once again. He chased. First strikeout of the day for Perez. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Afternoon, everybody. What a day. I use a drink. Nothing like a cold one after a long day, huh?
So, how much do you drink?
I think I'm good for about 10 or 12.
10 or 12 a week? That's not bad.
About a week.
You drink 10 or 12 beers a day?
You counting beers too?
How reckless of me. I made you all wet.
Yes, but my martini's still dry.
She turned out to be a part-time model and a full-time pickpocket. Oh, yeah. I've been known to drink a beer or two. But then again, I've been known to do a lot of things.
You drinking anymore?
Oh, me? No, I quit drinking, dude.
You never gonna drink again? Nope. You wanna stop at the bar by the Chinese restaurant? Just get a quick shot, me and you, and then we'll go? Yeah, the bar they got in the back.
The Chinese bar? Okay. What's shaking?
All 4 cheeks and a couple of chins.
I thought you said they didn't have alcohol.
Run back to your mix master. Cook up a few more of these.
Cigarette?
No, I never touch them.
Yeah. I suck them down like Coca-Cola.
I expose people to magic. I expose them to something they're never otherwise going to see in their boring, normal lives. And I gave that to them. I may forget about them tomorrow, but they'll live with that memory for the rest of their lives. And that's a gift, man.
One of the women said that she was afraid she might OD.
I thought that was a limit drop. I didn't think it was tequila.
What's that got to do with me?
You and me are going to have a small talk later on.
I'll be busy thinking of things to say.
Doesn't your wife ever complain that you never spend any time with her?
Would you? Could you keep it down to a low roar? Some of us have to work.
Put that money down, pal.
Yeah, I'll be ready.
There goes the 2 weeks at camp. I promised the kids this summer.
My birthday, give me a beer, stick a candle in it, and I'll blow out my liver.
Here's to feeling good all the time.
Perfect. Cheers.
Cheers.
This crowd back into it now.
Griffin coming to the mound for the Washington Nationals. It's 5-2 with a 4.02 ERA. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr., today's designated hitter. Upstairs for a strike, it's 0-1. It'll be Acuna, then Dubon and Matt Olson. Ozzie Albies and Austin Riley, first 5 hitters. The 0-1 cutter misses down and in, 1-1. Michael Harris II is in center field and batting 6th against the southpaw. Eli's in right and batting 7th. Kim in 8th, batting in the 8th position at the shortstop. As you just saw him turn that double play. There's the 1-1 right there for a strike. It's 1-2. And Sandy Leone is batting 9th and behind the plate. The 1-2 to Acuna. Swing. Chops the splitter down the line. We'll do it again. What you'll get from Foster Griffin is the complete bag of tricks. He is a kitchen sinker. He throws 7 different pitches. 1-2. Cutter misses high, 2-2. That's the pitch that he leans on the most, the cutter at 31%. And then after that, 4-seamer, 16%. sweeper 15, sinker 11, changeup 11, curve 9, and splitter 6. So outside that cutter, he doesn't really have one that he leans on predominantly. The 2-2, four-seamer misses, and it is a full count to Ronald Acuna Jr. Acuna trying to work his way aboard. Mauricio Dubon on deck. Good to see everybody in the chat. Appreciate you spending your Memorial Day weekend here with us in Braves country. And the 3-2 pitch is high and out of the zone, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. We got one on and nobody out. Try to keep an eye on the radar in between innings. I don't think there's a real threat for at least an hour. Lefty-righty, Dubon digging in. First pitch, misses high. It's 1-0. Atlanta Braves have Monday off, so you can enjoy your Memorial Day, as can the Atlanta Braves themselves. And then we head off to Boston. It's a 3-game set, 2 night games, as the Nationals challenge that pitch. Well, they're going to lose that one.
Wrong, 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 wrong.
That's a bad challenge.
Wrong. You're wrong.
Ruiz had a couple of bad challenges yesterday.
You're wrong.
The 1-0 upstairs. That four-seamer does grab the zone. 1-1. Your home plate umpire is Brock Ballou. First base, Scott Berry. Second is manned by Tom Hanahan. Down the third base line, it's Ron Culpa. The 1-1 pitch. Swing. Rakes it into the third base dugout of the Nationals. It's 1-2. Acuna standing at first, nobody out. The infield is back, shaded to the left. Double play depth for the second baseman, Nunez. Braves will go to Boston for 2 night games on Tuesday and Wednesday night as the 1-2 pitch. Swing, lifts it into right center field. Going back, making the running catch at the wall is Jacob Young for out number 1. Had to get on his horse, but he got it before it split the gap, and there's one away. Thursday is a 4:10 first pitch. The last game of that series, and then we head to Cincinnati for 3. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch to Matt Olson is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. They're saying it's Holmes' birthday. The 0-1 pitch. Happy birthday. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. The 0-2. Griffin brings it. Caught looking strike 3. Olsen got to swing the bat. Him and Ozzie have been struggling. 2 down. Ozzie Albies comes to the plate batting .265. Olsen is now batting .262 after that caught looking strike 3. They've both lost about 40 points off their batting average the last couple of weeks. First pitch swinging, drags the curveball foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1 count. Turns and kicks. Inside, misses. 1-1. Foster Griffin, we saw him not too long ago. The game was in Washington, April 21st. The 1-1 pitch, swing, laces it towards left field, and that ball's going to drop down in front of James Wood. So the Atlanta Braves have runners on first and second, and 2 outs. It's a ball that most guys are going to catch, but Wood he's always been kind of a clumsy outfielder, and the ball drops in front of him. I don't know if he was afraid it was going to get past him, or he just read it wrong, but Ozzie Albies has a single.
And nobody beats me.
Griffin turns around and looks back at Cunha at second base. Runners at first and second. 2 outs. First pitch to Austin Riley, swing and a miss at the sweeper down and in. It's 0-1. Griffin on that day, back on the 21st of April, gave up just 5 hits and a few runs. We did knock a couple out on him. We just didn't have anybody on the 0-1. Change up off the plate. It's 1-1. Nationals ended up winning that game against Atlanta. So 1-1 count. Pitch on the way, swing. Fouls it back. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Brings it. Caught looking, strike 3. 2 backwards Ks here in the inning. And the Braves let a golden opportunity go by the wayside. We will go to the top of the second. All knotted up at zeros.
Hear the news? A man was just killed on his honeymoon by a shark. Fortunately, they say he didn't suffer long. He was only married 5 days.
Do you think you can beat the champ?
I can take him blindfolded.
What if he's not blindfolded?
You son of a biscuit-eating bulldog!
What the French toast?
Did you think I wouldn't find out about your little doo-doo head cootie queen?
Who are you calling a cootie queen, you lint-lipped girl?
Pickle, you kumquat! Overreacting. No, Bill, overreacting was when I put your convertible into a wood chipper. Stinky McStink face! You hoboken.
I might not be good at fractions, but I still know you're a whole ass bitch. Easy math.
But I feel good about the track we're on, and I feel good about the players we have. Would love to have some of those guys from Ohio State too. So if they want to transfer on down, we've got a Tudor's Biscuit NIL, all you can eat. So if any of those guys that run really, really fast at Ohio State like Tudor's Biscuits, I promise you, all you can eat all day if you transfer here. So, yeah.
You like my man? He turn you on. Pick out a casket and your favorite church song.
Number one lineup that ran on the field will always be the Big Red Machine. There was something about the moniker. There was something about the way they just plowed through teams, ran over people.
One of the greatest teams in the history of baseball. There's no disputing that. Look at the players. Look at those players.
We had speed. We had defense, golden glovers. We had batting champions. We had home run champions. We had RBI champions. You come to a Big Red Machine game, you saw everything every night. We were a fan's dream.
I'll put my guys up against anybody. It'd be hard to match that team.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Martin Perez goes back to work, and the first pitch on the way is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Lefty-lefty matchup, the 1-0 to Abrams. Sinker. I'm calling that a little bit wide. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Swing. Chops it off the plate. 2-1. Abrams going to step out of the box for a second on a 2-1 count, using his timeout. Perez comes set. The 2-1 pitch. Swing! Fouls it away. The 2-2. Rifles one down into the corner, but foul. Got to be careful with Abrams. Always seems to do things against this Atlanta team. Hit a home run on Friday night that tied the ball game. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, pops it up. That'll go out of play. The 2-2. Down and away, and it is a full count. Martin Perez comes in with a shiny 2.79 ERA over 42 innings. The 3-2 pitch, swing, chopper. Olsen, he'll grab it and step on the bag just in time. And it's a G3, one down. Considering what the Braves have asked him to do this year, really is remarkable. He's bounced back and forth between starts and out of the bullpen. He's pitched in 11 games so far, 7 for starts. 42 innings, 39 strikeouts, and a whip of 1.00 to go along with that ERA. First pitch to Dylan Cruz is going to get poked into right field against the shift, and it's a one-out single for the Washington Nationals. Not a hard hit ball, but hit them where they ain't. Runner at first, one out. The infield is playing back and to the right, setting up on the double play. Kim not too far off the second base bag. First pitch, check swing. Peppers it foul in between home and third. It's 0-1. The 0-1 count. Kicks and fires. Swing. Punches it foul. It's 0-2. A.J. Smith-Shawver and Hurston Waldrop are pretty close on the same timeline. Saw Mark mention A.J. Both of them expected to hopefully be back somewhere just before the All-Star break. The 0-2 swing, lifts it high into left field. Drifting back near the warning track, making the catch for Dubon, loud out number 2. And Cruz will scramble back to first. Schwellenbach, if he does pitch, is going to be well after the All-Star break into August. What'll be interesting is if everybody else stays healthy, which is always unlikely when you talk about Major League pitching. But what do they do? My guess would be A.J. Smith-Shawver. They might try to season him and Waldrop down in the minors as long as everybody else is staying healthy in the rotation. First pitch is upstairs for a strike. It's 0-1, especially when you think of the injury coming off for A.J. because you want to limit his innings as it is. It's a lot easier to do that in the minor leagues. The 0-1 swing hits it high, deep into left field, going back on the track at the wall, making the catch at the wall in front of the quick creek. Sign is Mauricio Dubon, and that'll end the inning. And that ball kept drifting and drifting. Started to think that thing was going to jump over the wall. We'll be back in a flash here on the BCR Radio Network.
I love metal, but I can't stand some of y'all. I will post about a band, and I'm like, wow, I've never heard of these guys. They're great. And without fail, there will always be someone that will respond like, you call yourself a metal fan, and you've never heard of Secular Colostomy Bag? No, I'm sorry, I haven't. I have been to 104 of their shows, and their third guitarist, Eric, sold me my washing machine.
Ireland is getting a Wendy's. Thank you very much, America, for bestowing upon my people more of your delicious obesity. I'm very excited because I always see Americans on the television say, I'm going to go and get a Wendy's. And I'm like, ooh, processed food I haven't had. It's the media's fault. Don't blame me. Anyway, thank you for your culture, America.
Meanwhile, with a record-tying 8 wins in June, Whitey Ford was in the midst of a Cy Young campaign.
He painted the corners. He painted the shoulders. He painted the knees. He was the Picasso of pitching.
From June 1st on, the Yankees would win 70% of their games. Manager Ralph Houck's toughest decision might have been deciding who to bat fifth.
I was hitting the ball pretty good, and so he batted me behind Roger Maris and Mickey Mantle than me. You know, I felt pretty good about it. I thought, holy cow, he thinks that much of me, you know. So the game starts. Roger goes up and he hits one about 420 feet in the right center bleacher. That's nice. Great. Okay. Mickey hit the next pitch about 460. 2 pitches. The guy's got 880 feet. It dawned on me. Now it's my turn. Sure enough, he hit me dead in the head. Next pitch hit me dead in the head. And I said, hey, Skip, I don't mind batting 7th. And he just broke up. He started to laugh. You don't want to bat behind those 2 guys? I said, nah. No, it bat me 7th or 8th. I enjoyed it back there.
Welcome back. Michael Harris II will give away an at-bat. First pitch swinging, lazy pop fly. When it finally comes down into the glove of Cruz, it'll be 1 down. Taylor wants to know why Acuna is, well, he says pinch hitting, but I think he means the designated hitter role. It is pretty simple. A, you don't have anyone else that you could really DH, because the first pitch is right there, four-seamer at the knees. It's 0-1. Dominic Smith is a left-handed batter, and so you're not going to have him as the 1-0 cutter on the edge. It's 1-1. You're not going to have him against a southpaw on the mound. He does not hit left-handers well at all throughout his entire career. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, it's 1-2. And so if you look at the rest of the bench that's sitting right now, Tromp is not a good batter, period. Mateo's not someone you would necessarily put at the DH role unless you were riding a hot hand or there was an injury. So you either have Acuna in right or you have Acuna DH as the four-seam fastball's upstairs, caught looking strike 3, and there's 2 down. And so with the idea that they'll probably go to Yaz when a right-hander comes on and sit Eli, I think they're thinking that they would like to just keep Acuna out of the field, give him a day of rest coming off the injury recently. And think about it, there's rain in the area. If we end up getting a sloppy game later, it's better just to have him not in the field. First pitch on the way to Ha-Seong Kim. Right there, first strike, it's 0-1. Appreciate the question, Taylor. The 0-1. Off the plate, 1-1. 1-1 count. What you have on your bench right now are 2 guys that just don't hit left-handers at all. And a catcher who's a weak-hitting catcher, and then you got Mateo, who's hit well, but he hits left-handers. Although he hits left-handers pretty well, as the 1-1 fouls it back, it's 1-2. I think they prefer to have Mateo come off the bench, especially since Kim didn't play yesterday, for pinch hitting and pinch running duties. 1-2 count. Swing. He's going to ground it over to short, and Abrams has it. He'll flip it to second, and that'll end the inning. We'll be back in a flash. It's 0-0. We go to the top of the 3rd here in Braves country. On this date, 1909, after beating the St. Louis Cardinals a record 24 consecutive times, Giants legend Christy Mathewson, the Christian gentleman, finally loses to the Redbirds 3-1. The winning streak spanned 5 years, starting in May of 1904. On this date, 1918, a day after Secretary of War Newton D. Baker issues the Work or Fight Edict, American League President Ban Johnson announces that the junior circuit would cease operation for the duration of World War I. The team's owners defied the once formidable leader, having their teams play until Labor Day of that year. And on this date, 1935, the era of nighttime baseball begins as 25,000 fans watch the Cincinnati Reds beat the Philadelphia Phillies in the first major league game ever played under the lights. At the White House, President Franklin D. Roosevelt pushes a gold telegraph key during the Crosley Field pregame ceremonies, sending an electrical signal to a table near first base where Larry McPhail flips the switch to illuminate the stadium for the contest's 8:30 p.m. start, a time selected to ensure the departure of daylight. And that's your Braves Country Radio on this date in baseball history. Find us on YouTube and Facebook today. Welcome back. Who was that was asking? Well, I can't find it now, but someone was asking how much we paid Hassan Kim. Just $20 million. Good news is it's just a one-year deal, and I don't think he'll be asked back. I think they're going to try to go all in and try to keep Dubon. I would love to see them lock him up before he hits free agency. Lefty-righty matchup. First pitch is off the edge. Called for a ball. I guess Leon does not want to challenge that. It's 1-0. 0-0 your score, top of the third, the 1-0 pitch, and that's going to be a soft line drive over to Hassan Kim. One away. And Kim's not a bad player, but coming in late, he's already got that mark against him, and he's just been ice cold at the plate. Like I said before, I feel like that they rushed him back, and it was because of the injuries that we had. They gave him about 10 days down there coming off the injury when he could have been down there for a little more over a week and maybe got his feeding underneath him. First pitch is a curveball. Misses below the zone. It's 1-0. 1-0. Swing. Hard hit ball over Riley. He's got it. Scoops it. Flips it. And there's quickly 2 down. With tomorrow being Memorial Day, the Nationals going out of town, and we started off with a rain delay. Looks like both these teams are swinging early and often, knowing that there's rain on the horizon. Two up, 2 down, and back to the top of the order. James Wood takes the first pitch, change up for a strike. It's 0-1. Wood, 13 home runs on the year, 34 RBI. The 0-1. Misses inside, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Misses. Off the edge. Ball 2-1. The 2-1 to James Wood. Standing on deck is Meade. The pitch, swing, slices it foul, and will do it again. The 2-2 lifts it into left field, and that ball's going to just fall down. Foul territory. Dubon giving chase. Hit the ground in front of him. Even on a dead sprint, I don't think he's going to get to that. The 2-2 to Wood. He's seen changeup, sinker, curve, changeup, cutter. Inside. And it is a full count now. Standing on deck is Meade. Abrams is in the hole. This will be the 7th pitch of the at-bat. The payoff pitch. Swing. Bounces it down the first base line, but foul. Infield is back and to the right, playing Wood to pull. Outfield deep and straight away. The payoff pitch one more time. Swing. Hot chopper down the first base line. Olson's got it. He waves off Perez and steps on the pillow, and that'll end the inning. So the Nationals go down quietly. 1-2-3. We go to the bottom of the third. Braves will grab the bats when we return here on a rubber match Memorial Day weekend.
I'm thinking I might just treat myself to a full-blown meltdown sometime this week. No limits. I'm not going to hold back. It's been a while.
God said, I need somebody willing to wake up, give kisses, pee on a tree, sleep all day, wake up again, give more kisses, then stay up until midnight basking in the glow of a television set. God said, I need somebody willing with no ego or complaint, dress in hats they don't need and costumes they don't understand. Somebody who, no matter what you didn't do or couldn't take or didn't win or couldn't make, will love you without judgment just the same. So God made a dog. God said, I need somebody strong enough to pull sleds and find bombs, yet gentle enough to love babies and lead the blind. Somebody who will spend all day on a couch with a resting head and supportive eyes to lift the spirits of a broken heart. It had to be somebody who'd remain patient and loyal even through loneliness. Somebody to care, cuddle, snuggle and nuzzle and cheer and charm and snore and slobber and eat the trash and chase the squirrels. Somebody who would bark and then reply with rapid wag of tail. So God made a dog.
What's that over there?
It looks like a bunch of people.
Ugh, people.
The Yankees had gotten red hot, but as the summer of '61 rolled on, things in New York were about to get even hotter.
Roger Maris and Mickey Mantle of the New York Yankees. They're standing baseball on its ear with the home run mayhem they're committing on the American League.
As the summer of 1961 rolled on, the great home run race intensified.
That ball has gone way back.
Soon it began to dawn on the baseball world that they were both on pace to break the game's most sacred record. 60 home runs in a season, set by the legendary Babe Ruth.
Roger Maris and Mickey Mantle were chasing God. There was never a figure in the history of the game as significant, as overwhelming, as powerful, as adored as Babe Ruth.
Welcome back. Really dark clouds looming in the background. Hopefully that avoids Truist Park here. Sandy Leone comes to the plate. First pitch on the way. The outside wide for a ball. And the 1-0 hits up top for a strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Griffin. Kicks and fires. Swing. Chops it off the plate. It's 1-2. Leone and then back to the top of the order, weather permitting. One-two count. Brings it. Changeup misses, and it is ball 2, 2-2. The 2-2. Swing. Peppers it foul. Right side. Into the seats. Really odd start time to begin with here. But the 4 o'clock on Saturday and Sunday. I don't know why they did that. I don't know if they got like concerts. Is the 2-2 caught looking strike 3. Leone punched out, caught looking, and that will send Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Acuna walked his first time up. Coming in batting .247 on the year. Dubon stands on deck. First pitch to Acuna, takes the sweeper. It's 0-1. Acuna just 2 home runs on the year. Been in and off the IL is the 0-1 pitch. Outside, misses wide, 1-1. Your out-of-town scoreboard looks like this in Major League Baseball. The 1-1 to Acuna. Swing, fouls it straight back. Four-seamer, 1-2. He's gone sweeper, splitter, four-seamer so far. Remember, he's got a 7-pitch mix to choose from. In San Francisco, California right now, the Giants lead the White Sox 4-1. They're in San Diego, and the A's lead the Padres 3-0. The 1-2 pitch swing. Fouls it right side over the first base dugout. 1-2 again. Diamondbacks 7, Rockies nothing there in the 4th in Arizona. Couple of evening games tonight as the 1-2 pitch swing. Pops it up. Pretty deep center field, but underneath it is Young, and it's a long out number 2, F8 in your scorecard. 6:05 Eastern in Baltimore, Maryland will be the Tigers and the Orioles. At 7:20, it's the Rangers and the Angels. All of these games are in the books. Pirates 4, Blue Jays 1, Orioles won 5-3. First pitch swinging by Dubon, and he'll ground that to short, and that'll be an easy 6-3. So we'll go to the 4th inning. 0-0 your score, 1 hit apiece for both teams, trying to fight the weather when we return.
Last time I go home with a cougar from the bar, woke me up at 6:30, talking about, ooh, I need some weed eating done. My grandkids don't ever do it. I don't blame them, Gertrude. I've been doing it for 3 hours. Talking about you want to cook some cornbread for lunch. I'm leaving and never coming back. I'm scared.
Hey, back in the day, we used to throw toilet paper all over people's houses for pranks. Now I'm just trying to figure out how to stretch out this last roll until payday.
Hey, babe, I need to take a shower. You want to help me?
Do I need to help you take a shower?
Would you like to? When a pretty girl asks you if you want to help her in the shower, generally you jump up and down and go, yippee!
Yeah, but it's you, so that could mean I can't stand up right now.
I hate when you're right.
Listen, is anybody else's husband like this? My husband can literally look at a map for like 2 seconds on his phone and know exactly how to get there. It'd be like a 5-hour drive. Okay, Sacagawea, I need a GPS to go somewhere in the town that I grew up in.
I gotta straighten out my life. This heat wave made me realize I can't go to hell.
If anyone appeared destined to break the Babe's revered mark, it was the Mick, the iconic Yankee hero of a new generation. Not Maris, a mere transplant from the Kansas City A's.
It is a long drive to deep right field, and the ball is gone.
It's amazing enough when one guy tries to break, but here you have 2 players on a team trying to break the greatest record of all time.
As fate would have it, Babe Ruth's ghostwriter and good friend, Ford Frick, happened to be the commissioner of baseball in 1961. And with Mantle and Maris ahead of Ruth's home run pace after the All-Star break, Frick decreed that if Ruth's mark was not broken by game 154, equaling the length of the season the Babe had played in 1927, any record set thereafter would only be placed alongside Ruth's in the record book.
Welcome back. First pitch from Perez right there for a strike. It's on 1. The fans are starting to clear the stands as the 0-1 misses to Curtis Mead, 1-1. Rain coming down. Fairly steady. The 1-1 fouls it away. 1-2. The good news is it looks like a small patch. So if we don't get any lightning, we might be able to avoid a delay and get this game in after all. The 1-2 count. Perez comes set. If you're wondering, it's not an official game until the 5th inning. The 2-2 misses high. Perez kicks and fires, swing, hits it on the ground deep in the hole. Kim stops it, fires it across the infield, but no way to get the fast-running Meade. And it'll be an infield single for the Washington Nationals to start the inning. Good hustle there by Curtis Meade. One on, nobody out. Japaro batting third. First pitch swinging, fouls it back. Change up, it's 0-1. You would have to complete the 5th inning for it to be an official game, or let's say the Braves stop the Nationals here, they score in the bottom of the 4th, and the Nationals complete their part of the fifth inning, then that would be a considered a legal official game. The 0-1 off the plate wide, change up. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Misses high. 2-1. If they get past the fifth inning, it's a tie game, they would just be suspended. Most likely they would play the next time the Washington Nationals in town, which I think is September. As the curveball is fouled back out of play. 2-2 your count. Runner at first. Nobody out. See, I can look it up real quick. The 2-2 in the dirt. Full count. July 30th, they're back in Atlanta. That final series is actually in Washington, if what I'm looking at is accurate. They're going to toss it over first real quick to keep the runner close by. Looks like they've got a weird... So is that right? The payoff pitch, swing, hammers it into left, and Dubon's got it. F7 in your scorecard. Pretty hard hit ball, but right at Dubon, and there's one away. If what I'm looking at is accurate, we've got 4-game series in Atlanta, July 30th, 31st, August 1st, and August 2nd. And then the season series concludes in Washington with just a 2-game series on the 1st and the 2nd. First pitch to Abrams is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. Abrams 0 for 1 on the day. Grounded to first his first time up, the 0-1. Swing. Ball rolls off the foot of Abrams. Foul. Dead ball. 0-2. Finish up your out-of-town scoreboard. They were in Toronto, Canada today, and the Pirates beat the Blue Jays 4-1. Orioles in Baltimore, Maryland beat the Tigers. Orioles beat the Tigers 5-3 in Baltimore. In Philadelphia, good news for Braves country. Guardians 3-1 winners over the Phillies. Fenway Park in Boston, Twins 6-5 winners. The 0-2 pitch, swing, pops it up. Will it stay in play? Olsen giving a little bit of a look-see over the first base dugout, but it'll bounce into the crowd. They were in the Bronx this afternoon, and the Yankees blanked the Rays 2-0. I think Ryan Weathers was on the mound for them today. Marlins 4-0, blanked the Mets on a walk-off grand slam. Dodgers beat the Brewers in Milwaukee 5-1. The 0-2, swing, chopper. Olsen's got it, fires a bullet down to second base. Kim has it, gets the out, the lead runner, 2 down, but no way to get Abrams on a slow developing double play. He'll be safe at first. The final couple of scores that I didn't get to, Mariners lose to the Royals in Kansas City 8-6 this afternoon, and the Cubs get swept at home by the Astros. They have lost, it's either 8 or 9 in a row. Cardinals and Reds were postponed. I caught the tail end of that Cardinals-Reds game last night. It was pretty interesting. It's a fun game. Lefty-righty matchup. First pitch, change up right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Dylan Cruz, who singled in the second, runner at first, 2 outs. The 0-1 pitch. Swing. Chase the changeup, a little bit off the plate. It's 0-2. An 0-2 count. Infield back into the left. The 0-2 from Martin. Kicks and fires. Caught looking strike three. Is he going to challenge that? I guess he's not. That pitch was 3 inches in. We'll be back in a flash. Braves. Nationals, 0-0. We go to the bottom of the fourth.
What's a conspiracy theory that you 1,000% believe in?
That if you take more than one trip to bring your groceries in, you a bitch. And I'm not trying to be mean or rude, but if you're not willing to cut the circulation of your arms off to take one trip, you a bitch.
And here comes Mantle. Listen to the applause. Now it's a standing ovation for him. And the pitch to Mantle. Strike to him. Mantle, the 16th All-Star game. Hitting .233 this year. Always a hard luck player. Plagued with injuries throughout his career. Over 529 lifetime homers.
Any record set thereafter would only be placed alongside Ruth's in the record book.
What it did do was just drag people into this controversy. Who's going to do it? Will it be recognized?
What happens is this. During the middle of the season, 20 reporters come. A couple weeks later, it's 40, and then it's 60, and then 80.
One of the great early events of the media society was the Maris-Mantle home run derby. Suddenly, television had arrived, and as it arrived, it amplified this thing, and the whole country could see it.
There's a drive. Oh, man, he tagged that one, and the photographers are happy. They finally got him.
It was the perfect media storm with Mickey and Roger at the center.
Roger was from Fargo, North Dakota, and he was a very bashful guy. Roger didn't want all that publicity.
How about the home run situation, Roger? You're 7 games ahead of Babe Ruth's record. Do you think that you can beat the Babe's record?
Well, I don't think so, Bob. Of course, I'm not going to shoot for it. Babe had
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch is a curveball. Right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Yeah, that's not happening 7-8-5. The 0-1 count. Check swing. Did he go around? He did. It's 0-2. They still have 3 years left on his contract. Was it $45 million due? You don't just kick that to the curb. The 0-2 count. Down and away. 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Down below the knees, 2-2. It'll be Olsen, who is at the plate. Then you got Ozzie and Riley backing him up. So 2 right-handed bats after this. The 2-2. Swing, slaps it. That's a fair ball. That ball's got eyes. It's going to go down in the corner, and that's going to be extra bases for Mr. Matt Olson. Good piece of hitting there by the Ice House.
This is not watered down. This is Ice House. Ice House. Smooth as it gets.
Hard hit ball down the line. So a leadoff double by the Braves, and they're trying to find a way to crack onto the scoreboard for the first time since walking it off on Friday night. First pitch down and in. Sweeper for a ball. It's 1-0. Kind of wish Ozzie had let that soft sweeper hit him in the shoe. The 1-0. Riley on deck. Harris is in the hole. The 1-0 pitch. Hanging curveball. Chopper. Baltimore chopper. And that's going to be a tough play for Griffin. He's got to fire the ball to first. And Ozzie's going to beat it out. So it's an infield single by the Wiz.
I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz, and nobody beats me.
So runners at the corners now with nobody out. And all right. Let's get this thing going. Actually, you know what? Pretty good play by Griffin. Stop in his tracks, slam on the brakes, and throw that ball midway up the line. It was a perfect P to first base. Made that a lot closer than I expected. I kind of thought he should have put that in his pocket, but Ozzie only beat it out by about a quarter step. Pitching coach for the Washington Nationals, Simon Matthews, is coming out. Have a quick powwow on the mound. Home plate umpire Scott Berry breaks up the chit-chat. And Austin Riley will come to the plate. Batting .216, 0 for 1. His bat has gone quiet again. Maybe he can wake himself up here. So runners at the corners. There's nobody out, and the infield is back and to the left. They're willing to give up the run here in the fourth in a tie ball game. First pitch. Cutter right there on the inner part of the zone, down and in. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Brings it. Swing. Rifles it foul off the mask of Ruiz. And it's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Kicks and fires. Swing. Hammers it down the line, but foul. Deep into the corner. That could have stayed fair. It's probably going to score both runners. Braves nothing, Nats nothing. For Riley, you're just looking to get the ball into the air, into the outfield. Anything to bring Olsen home. The 0-2 outside wide. 1-2. 1-2 count. Harris on deck, Eli in the hole. The pitch to Riley. Swing and a miss, changeup, strike 3, and there's one away. He's really starting to struggle again. It's kind of hard to push him any further down in the order, especially against a left-hander. We know Michael doesn't typically hit left-handers well, but you might be forced to push him up with lefties a little higher above Riley the way he's been swinging the bat. Kim and Leon are not exactly putting fear in the hearts of opposing pitching. There's only so far that you can push him down. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch is in the dirt. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Griffin looks in, kicks and fires. Oh, that ball's going to get him right in the shoulder blade. And he'll head on down to first. And that'll load the bases. Ducks all over the pond. That'll bring Eli White to the plate. If you had someone just a little quicker at third, you'd think about a squeeze play here, but Olsen's one of the slowest runners you could choose. Curveball down and in for a ball. It's 1-0 with Eli speeding his way to handle the bat with the bunt, but it would essentially be a suicide squeeze because you'd have to get Olsen to just start running and pray for the best. 1-0 count. Four-seamer misses inside, and it is 2-0. Kim is on deck. Leon is in the hole. The infield is back and to the left. Nunez playing very close to second base to try to turn 2. With Eli's speed, he'll try to make that as hard as possible, the 2-0. Swing, fouls back the cutter. It's 2-1. Eli White batting 190 in his career. The bases loaded, 21 at bats. No grand slams. The 2-1 pitch, swing, hard hit ball up the middle, and that's going to turn 2. It's going to be a 6-4-3 double play, and that'll end the inning. Hard hit ball right at the shortstop, made it easy to turn. We'll go to the 5th. 0-0 here in Atlanta.
War's over, man. Drop the big one.
Well, since when are you the quitting kind?
What? Over? Did you say over? Nothing is over until we decide it is. And it ain't over now. Who's with me? Let's go!
I don't have to tell you things are bad. It's depression. Everybody's scared. Punks are running wild in the street. The air is unfit to breathe, and our food is unfit to eat. We sit watching our TVs as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad, worse than bad. I want you to get mad.
Will you fight? No! We will run! And we will live!
Shame on you. This could be the greatest night of our lives. You're gonna let it be the worst.
In this lifetime, you don't have to prove nothing to nobody except yourself. And after what you've gone through, if you haven't done that by now, it ain't gonna never happen.
Wretched slugs. Don't any of you have the guts to play for blood?
I'm your huckleberry.
I'll put you out of your misery.
Say wham.
You've got to say, damn it, my life has value. And I'm gonna stay right here and fight for this lost cause.
Intruder.
Yes, you're an intruder. I was having a perfectly nice trip until you walked into my life.
Hey! I'm just lying around.
I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Right. Psychotic, but absolutely right.
We gotta take these bastards.
Are they yelling in Atlanta?
Are they yelling in Atlanta?
I'm as mad as hell!
They're yelling in Atlanta?
Son of a... We struck the mother load! I'm mad as hell! I'm mad as hell!
I'm not gonna take it anymore!
And this crowd's back into it now.
I didn't think you had it in you.
You look like somebody.
Welcome back. First pitch from Martin Perez is a sinker upstairs for a strike. It's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 0-1. Swing. Fouls it straight back. It's 0-2. Braves nothing. Nationals nothing. Nationals with 2 hits. Braves with 3. But the big number on the scoreboard is all evened up at 0. No errors for either side. The 0-2. It'll be the left-handed bat of Dalen Lyle, the number 6 hitter. The pitch misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-2. He'll be followed by the righty Young, and then the switch hitter Nunez. If anybody gets on, the number 9 hitter Ruiz, the 1-2. Just misses. 2-2. Painted the corner there. That was one of those ones that Lyle didn't take it because he thought it was a ball. He took it because it surprised him. Because you could tell by the way he shook his head that he was like, thank God. The 2-2, swing, bangs the changeup off the corner of the plate. We'll do it again. Two count. Final game of the homestand. The pitch. Swing. Rips it into right field and over the head of Eli White. That ball's going to ricochet off the wall. And Harris will have to get the carom. And it's going to be a leadoff double for the Nationals. And trouble brewing here in the 5th. Last game of the homestand where the Braves are going to go to Boston for 3 and Cincinnati for 3. And then we return home Tuesday, June 2nd for a 6-game homestand versus Toronto and the Pittsburgh Pirates. First pitch swinging, and that ball cutter is going to get smoked into left field. It's down for a base hit. Here comes the throw from Dubon. That'll keep the run off the board for now, but the runners are on the corners and nobody out. After that homestand with Toronto and Pittsburgh, Braves go to Chicago for 3, and then we see the Mets for the first time on June 12th. That's a Friday night Apple game. It's so strange that they would wait that long before they would have the Braves and Mets face each other. I feel like they waited pretty long last year as well. Asim Nunez, first pitch, changeup, off the plate. It's 1-0. Braves nothing, Nationals nothing. Nunez, very good speed, hard to double up. The Braves have the infield a little over halfway in or halfway back, excuse me, the 1-0. Right there for a strike, 1-1. He's going to be very hard to turn on a double play. He's the guy that leads the National League in stolen bases. 165-pounder, but he can fly. The 1-1 just misses. Change up, ball 2-1. The 2-1 count, swing, laces it into right field. That's down for a base hit, and the Nationals will take the 1-0 lead here in the 5th inning. And they've got runners at first and second and still nobody out. So Perez, who's at 70 pitches, he just got that one a little high in the zone. And that'll bring Ruiz, the number 9 hitter, and James Wood in the top of the order looming on deck. You'd love to get a double play here. Quick powwow on the mound with Perez and Hefner. Infield will be playing back into the left, trying to turn 2. Ruiz, the catcher. Solid speed for a catcher, but nothing that's going to light up the board. First pitch swinging, chops it over to Riley. It's going to be a 5, 4, 3, double play. Big double play there will erase 2 of the runners. One of them is Nunez, the speedster. Runner does go down to third, but there are now 2 out. Big double play there by Perez. Exactly what he was looking for. Threw that changeup there on the outer edge and just kind of banged it over to Riley, and it was tailor-made. Just what the doctor ordered, a double play, and now Braves are 1 out of getting out of this mess, but James Wood, the leadoff hitter, leading the team with home runs, is at the plate. First pitch drops the curveball there. Teardrop at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. Bang. Sinker up top. It's 0-2. The 0-2. Inside, cutter misses. 1-2. On deck is Meade. Chaparro in the hole. 2 down. The 1-2. High and out of the zone. It's a full count. Or excuse me, it's 2-2. 2-2 count. He's gone curveball, sinker, cutter, sinker. The 2-2 to Wood. Swing, chopper. Back to the mound. Perez got to hurry. Grabs it, fumbles it, fires it to first, and he'll get the runner by about a step. So a great job by Perez staying with that. We'll be back in a flash. Braves grab the bats, trailing by only 1.
You see how I only slashed 3 of your tires and not all 4? Very mindful, very considerate, very demure.
Takes a lot of trauma to look this good, but here I am.
I hate when I post on my Facebook and Instagram. I hate when I be throwing hints and the wrong person respond to it. Like, ain't nobody talking to you. Especially that girl I just blocked the other day. Man, look here. Bad body built that. I done told your ass one time I'm done blocked this on 3 separate apps. She keep on finding me. She know she ain't built like no Coke baller. Duh, I can see that. You built like a damn kitchen sink. Your big stop sign shape there need to leave me alone. I bet you your drawers fit like the red part around the baloney. Leave me the alone.
I watched you guys win last year. You took it very much in stride. You took it in stride this year. You going to take the third one in stride too?
If we can keep together, we will. That's the only problem that, in my mind. Baseball has changed. The free agencies and the opportunity to be traded or to go wherever you need to go. And when things like that happen, they can break up a ball club.
Bench had it right. In the years after 1976, the Big Red Machine gradually broke apart. And by the end of the decade, only an aging Johnny Bench remained.
Rose is gone. Morgan's gone. Perez is gone. You're still here. Why is that?
I guess I was the youngest. I had to figure at one time or the other, I'm at the age where it's my turn to be gone.
All the wear and tear of catching had forced him to move to the infield as a first and third baseman. And by 1983, at the age of 35, it became clear to him that his days as a player were dwindling.
My performance has not been great the last couple of years, and I know it wasn't as good as everybody else wanted me to because my standards are very high.
Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back. Lefty-lefty matchup, or lefty-right matchup, excuse me. Hassan Kim coming to the plate. 1-0 your score, Washington over Atlanta. We're in the bottom of the 5th. First pitch misses to Kim. It's 1-0. 1-0. Swing. Pops it up. Giving chase over by the third base dugout. That'll thankfully bend out of play. (1-1) to Kim, batting .125 on the year. He does have the 1 RBI from the other night. The 1-1. Takes a changeup right down the pipe. It's 1-2. Griffin at 63 pitches. He's pretty good on that front. The 1-2. Misses high, 2-2. Second time through the order. Last time they ended up pulling him pretty quickly on the third time through, so we'll see how long they let him go. The 2-2. Swing, pops it up. High into center field, giving chase is Young. He'll call everybody off. F8, and there's one down. Sandy Leone, the batter. 0 for 1 with the backwards K. Sandy Leone coming to the plate. Looks like a little bit of rain's falling again, so a lot of the fans are scuffling towards the concession area. First pitch is a four-seamer right there. It's 0-1. Doesn't look terribly. From the view they're showing, it doesn't look like it's coming down that hard. The 0-1, swing and a miss, change up. It's 0-2. 0-2 count. Swing, chopper, down the third base line. Plenty of time with Leon running, and it'll be a 5-3. 2 down. Just about anybody else, they're going to beat that out, but Sandy Leone runs like a broken refrigerator. Ronald Acuna Jr., the batter. He is 0 for 1 with the walk. First pitch is a P at the knees. It's 0-1. I mean, we know all about the designated hitter. Can we get a designated runner for Sandy Leone? He is pitiful. He even short-stepped it right before he got to first. Man, you got a lunge. He might have beat that out. The 0-1 count. He got about 5 to 6 feet away and started Fred Flintstone in it. Slowed him down. The 0-1 misses inside cutter. 1-1. One swing would tie this up. I mean, if this doesn't seem more like yesterday. Yesterday, in postgame, they tried to blame it on the shadows. Is the 1-1 down and in? 2-1. And there might have been something too that I know that when the Braves play those mid-afternoon games in Truist, the offense tends to struggle. That's why I hate them during the postseason, because those shadows start coming over. But you can't blame the shadows today. Is the 2-1 misses high. 3-1. 3-1 count. Dubon on deck. One pitch. Swing. Rifles that foul back out of play, and it's a full count. I don't know, James. Yeah, he didn't slide, but he might have gotten there faster if he just would have tripped. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Blew it right by him, and Acuna down on strikes. So we'll go to the top of the 6th, trailing by 1. Nationals turn when we return.
I honestly would never run after a man, but for you, baby, I'd put my Crocs into sport mode.
Hey, that thing that y'all do in Alabama, you know, with the family stuff, you know, the Alabama family stuff, do you have to be from Alabama to do that? Is that can you be from anywhere? Roll Tide. Roll Tide.
Some random ass man I just walked past was like, smile, it's beautiful out. I'm not smiling because I'm having a bad day. I just live in New York.
Some of us, I don't want to name names, make pretty bad throat noises when they drink. And it makes me think that the throat is...
me?
No.
Is it me?
It's not Travis.
So I went to the gym for the first time and actually worked out other than just walking on the treadmill, and I'm a little sore. So if you see me looking like a thick legend, don't say I didn't warn you.
If you're a celebrity, shut up. Shut up. Don't tell us what to do. Don't tell us. Don't talk to us like you know what it's like. Don't tell us that we should be voting for this person or talking about this. Stop talking. Stop talking. And it shouldn't be political. Feeding your family should not be political.
And so in June of 1983, Bench announced that his 17th season as a member of the Cincinnati Reds would be his last.
I decided about 3 weeks ago that it wasn't as much fun, and the body says it wasn't as much fun.
I couldn't catch anymore. My back was killing me. I have 5 bad discs in my back, and I couldn't play like Johnny Bench, and I wasn't earning the money. It wasn't fair for me to take it if I wasn't earning it the way I should be on the field that year.
That September, as the final games of Bench's career wound down, the Reds honored him with his own night, giving fans a final chance to come to Riverfront Stadium and say goodbye.
Presenting the catcher of the Cincinnati Reds, one of the greatest players ever to wear a Reds uniform, number 5, Johnny Bench.
Welcome back. Trying to see what's going on here. They've got... It almost looked like that they were calling for the tarps. But looks like they got waved off at the last second. Blue's the crew chief, and he's the one that clapped it on, basically said, let's go. First pitch is a change-up to start the inning. Meade pops it up high into left field. It'll be F7. Quickly one away. Braves currently, with all the other games in the books, are 10 games in front of the Phillies, 10 in front of the Nationals, 11.5 in front of Miami, and 14 in front of the Mets. Miami has just swept the Mets earlier this afternoon. Curveball down below the knees to Chaparro. It's 1-0. Lefty-righty matchup. The 1-0 in the dirt. 2-0. The 2-0 count. Changeup. 2-1. 91 years ago today began nighttime baseball. Phillies and Reds in a 2-1 ball game. 25,000 folks sat under the lights watching that one. 2-1 misses, ball 3-1. So a 3-1. Perez has 81 pitches on the day. Pitch misses off the plate, ball 4. So he'll head to first, 1 on, 1 out. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch to C.J. Abrams is a changeup. Bang down the right field line, foul. It's 0-1. Yo 1. Turns and kicks. Just below the knees. Sinker misses. 1-1. Trying to get him chased off the plate. One from Perez. Swing. Fouls the sinker into the seats. 1-2. The 1-2 from Perez. Swing, pops it up. And that's back behind home plate. Sandy Leon will discard the mask, make the catch, 2 down. One on, 2 out. Dylan Cruz, the batter. 1 for 2 with a single. And Walt Weiss is going to come out and make a pitching change. Looks like we're going to get Diddy Fuentes to come out of the pen. So that's it for Perez. Pretty good effort out there. 5 2/3. Gave up just the 1 run. Diddy will come in, try to keep it where it's at when we return. Diddy Fuentes will go to work. Righty-righty matchup. Cruz the batter. First pitch, swing and a miss. At the slider, it's 0-1, registering at 85 miles an hour. Fuentes get up into the high 90s. He's got a four-seam, a slider, and a splitter. The 0-1, swing, bangs the slider into the dugout. It's 0-2. Oh-2 count. Braves trail just by 1-0. Diddy comes set. Rocks and fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 97 up around the eyeballs. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trail by 1. We'll grab the sticks when we return.
You know how I told you I was working on my drinking? Well, I was doing good till I ended up in an Alabama concert. You know, it felt like an exceptional case. You know, are you going to not get tore up at an Alabama concert? Well, I did. I had me just a couple of drinks, and then my tism started kicking in, and I was doing the math on the cost versus the percent alcohol versus how drunk I can get and how cheap, and I still spent $100. But by God, I got tore to plumb pieces worse than a pigeon through a jet engine. I did not drive. By the time I got home, the world was spinning so bad, I just laid down in the yard. But no, for real, I made it a week, and it was an Alabama concert. So, you know, you win some, you lose some.
Everything else was about the ball club, about the team. I mean, 55,000 people showed up, and this was about me. It wasn't about a team. It wasn't about anything. This was about Johnny. And that's what really validated what my career was like. I did the right thing. I played the right way. And, you know, and people appreciated it.
You have done everything with such dignity. A man who has redefined a position.
He was a guy the city could be so proud of during that period of time. And frankly, forever. I mean, people just exult when they think about it.
You have made this day complete. You have made it better than I could have ever written a script for. I thank you so much. My family thanks you. And I'm going to try like hell to play good for you tonight. Thank you.
And in the third inning on Johnny Bench Night, the catcher improbably found a way to deliver on his promise, giving one more lasting memory to the Cincinnati fan.
And now number 5 will step to the plate, and they come to their feet again. There it is. He's to left. Cruz going back, and it's gone. Oh my! A home run for Bench on his night. Look at John. Number 389, and this crowd capacity is going crazy.
Foster Griffin going back out there for another inning of work as we start the bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be Dubon, Olsen, and Ozzie. Rain continues to come down. First pitch on the way to Dubon is just off the mark, but called for a strike. It's 0-1. You're going to see some wide strike calls that are going to dare him to challenge him with the rain continuing to fall. The 0-1, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Ron Culpa, the crew chief, they keep focusing in on him. It's ultimately his decision is the 0-2 to Dubon, high and inside, 1-2. I think he's looking at it big picture, trying to get the game in and not having another long delay. It's a steady rain, but it's not a hard rain that's coming down. The 1-2. Swing, pops it up. Into center field, and making the catch, F8 in your scorecard, one away. Young with the grab. One up, one down, and Matt Olson will come to the plate. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch to Olsen is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0 in the dirt, ball 2-0. 1 run, 5 hits, no errors for Washington. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Braves. The 2-0 count. 4-seamer. They're going to challenge that. He'll win that one. That ball was all the way in the zone. And they do win that challenge. Ruiz looked at his mask and looked at Olsen like, what the hell is that? 2-1 count. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. 2-2. The 2-2. Swing, fouls it straight back. Standing on deck for the Braves, it's Ozzie Albies. Riley is in the hole. Washington 1, Braves nothing. The 2-2 pitch, high and out of the zone. And it's a full count now. Olsen trying to work his way aboard. He represents the tying run. Ozzie Albies would be batting from the right side, assuming Foster Griffin stays in. You could see them going to the bullpen for a right-hander with Ozzie and Riley. Do up the 3-2 pitch, swing, chops it up the middle. Abrams got plenty of time with Olsen running, and it's a 6-3, 2 down. So Ozzie Albies will come to the plate, representing the tying run. 2 outs here in the 6th. Ozzie open stance from the right side, takes a hack at the first pitch, sinker, fouls it back out of play. It's 0-1. Ozzie Albies, 2 for 2 on the day. He has 2 of the Braves' 3 hits, both singles. The 0-1, swing, rifles that foul. It's 0-2. Griffin sitting at 87 pitches. The 0-2. Brings it way out of the zone. 1-2. This could be it for Griffin in this inning. The pitch count creeping up near 90. And Riley due up next. The 1-2 swing. Fouls that down the third base side. One-two count. Swing. And Ozzie will fly out to right field. Easy catch, easy inning. We'll go to the top of the 7th. 1-0 Washington here in Atlanta.
I'm very concerned that I might have early onset Alzheimer's because I keep forgetting that men can be absolute dumpster fires of human beings. Thankfully, that the men of the internet are right there in my comment section to remind me just how horrendous they can be.
I wouldn't say a word if injuries were getting better in this philosophy of analytics towards pitching. They're getting worse. That's why they don't talk about it. We've been screaming at the mountaintop for years about these players' careers getting shortened, and they don't frankly care because they're just going to get another Paul Skeens in their mind. That's what they think. The next man up. It is all possible. We're brainwashed to think 100 pitches and a guy breaks. Everything we're doing is opposite of successful long-term careers. We limit, we baby, we don't let them do the things they're naturally gifted to do. We've turned them into robots, and we've asked them to just go as fast and as hard as you can.
Here's Maris. He doesn't like being at the center. Mantle loved it. I mean, Mantle should have been on a Broadway show, would have loved it.
I wanted Mickey Mantle, and this is Mickey Mantle, so you can applaud him right now.
Mickey was the gregarious, funny, outgoing, kidding around guy.
He also had the look. I mean, he was a very handsome guy. When he smiled, he was like a movie star.
The blonde bomber, boyhood freckles, arms of Popeye, mythicized by the press. You know, he had the entire package.
As Labor Day approached, Maris was slightly ahead of Mantle in the home run race, but way behind in the popularity contest.
I know that he sensed that the fans and the media wanted Mickey to win, and then that was tough.
The real irony was the better he did, the more the Mantle fan began to resent him.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. 1-0 your score. We go to the top of the 7th inning. Diddy Fuentes back to work. First pitch. Four-seam fastball upstairs for a strike. It's 0-1. It'll be the 6, 7, 8 hitters due up. Lyle, Young, and Nunez. The 0-1. Swing, fouls it away. It's 0-2. The 0-2 count. And, well, that's it. They're going to pull the tarps out. We'll take a look at it and see what the chances are of them coming back. When I saw it earlier, it looked like if we didn't get it in, it was not going to be wasn't going to be looking good. But let me pull up the weather real quick. I'll be right back and take a quick glance. So good news, bad news. The weather looks like it's going to leave pretty quickly, but the tarp is stuck and the field is getting flooded. So I have my doubts this thing gets in, because there is say 80% of the tarp is on the field. There's a huge spot where they got the tarp stuck somehow and couldn't unroll it, and it is just pouring down on that spot. So I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see if they even come back from this. I was looking at the weather. The weather itself looked like that it was going to clear up, and hopefully it doesn't have any effect on it, but the weather looks like, if this radar is accurate, that it would clear up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. The question is, how quickly can they get back with the tarps because of what the damage that was done, because they never got the tarp all the way down. They're continuing to fight it. Looks like they finally have gotten it pretty close to getting onto the field. So best laid plans of mice and men have us in a rain delay, and if they can't figure out a way to dry off that section of the field, they're going to call in the game. We're going to stick here with you for a little bit. We're going to play a Once Upon a Pastime series. We're going to keep on monitoring it, and hopefully they figure a way around it. Like I said, the storm itself looked like it's going to pass in the next, by 6:20, 6:30 at the very latest. The question is, what shape is the field going to be like? All right, we'll be back in a flash. Once Upon a Pastime series to keep you entertained here on Braves Country Radio.
You see a guy hit the ball out of the ballpark, grand slam home run to win a baseball game. And that same guy can come up tomorrow in that situation and miss the ball and lose the ball game. It can bring you up here, and don't get too damn cocky, because tomorrow it can bring you down there. See? But one thing about it, though, it always will be a tomorrow. You got me today, but I'm coming back.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, and we're going to do something a little different today as we continue the Once Upon a Pastime series. We're going to talk about the Negro Leagues, and I went to the Negro League Hall of Fame in Kansas City, Missouri. It was the summer of 2009. I happened to be in Kansas City. I'm an old restaurant guy, and I was in a chef competition. That's the short of it. It was the national championships. Finished in the top 10, by the way, and finished the highest for first-timers. I was very disappointed in myself because I did not win. But that's just your competitive juices. And it wasn't until my chef, my instructor, who went with me to the championships, said, hey, you look glum, you look down. And I said, yeah, man, I did this wrong and I did that wrong. I won't get into the weeds of all that. He said, you finished first for rookies. And we had planned to go the year after, but I ended up moving, and long story short, didn't end up going back that second year to compete, because to get there you had to win. So I won the gold medal for the state of Florida to get there. And that's how I ended up there. Cause you had regional, super regional, all that stuff. And then it's just like almost any other competition. You have to go through things. And when I got to go to that championship, I got to pick one of my instructors. I was working in the restaurant business, but I was also going to culinary school at the time. And so I kicked the crap out of a couple of people from the CIA and the Culinary Institute of America. If you're not familiar with that, man, that's like a guy in just a ho-hum law school kicking the crap out of some folks from Harvard. It's like that kind of stuff. So that, that part was really cool after you soak it all in. But at first I was ticked off. But I picked him to go with me because he was the only sports fan of all of our chefs. And I knew that he would enjoy it. He was a big baseball fan. He enjoyed the Braves. I want to say his favorite team was someone else, someone from the Midwest, but it's been so long I can't remember. We talked all sports, and he was in college football as well. But the point is, I picked him because I was like, man, if I'm going to go out there and compete and go to Kansas City, I noticed the Royals were at home. We went to the Royals-Cardinals game. That happened to be on Father's Day, and our plane landed that day. And the short of it is, he was going to be out of town, missing his daughter on Father's Day, so I decided to treat him to the baseball game. It was only fair, and we had a very good time. Albert Pujols, he had a moonshot into the water fountain. We were sitting right there. It was really cool. But I knew I was going to want to do some baseball stuff, and then I found out that the Negro League Hall of Fame was there, and I went there. He ended up having to do something else, so I went by myself. It's funny, the two Hall of Fames that I've been to, the Negro League and then the National Baseball Hall of Fame, both of them I've gone to by myself. It's just the way it's lined up, and I've enjoyed both of them. So if you get a chance, you go to Kansas City, you go out there to get some good barbecue, make sure to hit up the Hall of Fame because it's phenomenal. And he was already one of my favorite players, but I went to that, and I learned more about Buck O'Neil, and that's why I'm starting with him. And he became my favorite player in that league. And honestly, of all the players I've ever read about, top 3, top 5, I think top 3, to be honest. I've read a couple of books on him, and the book that he himself, his biography, it's a great title. It was either I was just on time or just in time. I'll look it up here in a second because I don't want to misquote that. I ended up giving it to a friend of mine who really wanted to read it, and it was very, very good. But there it is. I was right on time. And the whole synopsis of the book is this. I might actually have to get that copy back from someone just to be able to go over it. But he was talking about how people would come at him all the time and say, man, you played in the Negro Leagues, but if you were born, he was born in 1911 in Carabel, Florida. Yeah, that's another thing, the little Southern guy. So, by the way, lived to the age of 94. So passed away 2006 and was living in Kansas City, Missouri. And I was very aware of this when I went into Kansas City because I was like, well, this is really cool. Played for the Kansas City Monarchs from 1938 through 1948. And he had a lifetime batting average of 258, 9 home runs, 175 RBI. You're like, this guy, what? What's the big deal about this guy? And you might ask yourself, well, why is Buck O'Neil in the Hall of Fame? So he got in there as an executive. He managed, coached, scouted for nearly 8 decades. But his legacy to me, he's been in docs. In fact, you just heard him a second ago when we were coming out of the break. I had to scramble during the break. I was like, where the hell is that one? And I love that quote from him, don't get too cocky, because baseball will humble you. But the fact that he was an ambassador of the game is the best way I can put it. He was a great ambassador of the game. So people would say to him, man, if you were born just a little later in the century, born 1911. So what they're essentially saying is, man, if you were born 10 years later, if you were born in 1921 or 15 years later, 1926, you would have came up out of the color barrier, past the color barrier, and your life would have been so much different, so much better, all that kind of stuff. Because the Negro Leagues, honestly, they didn't have, in Major League Baseball at that time, did not have the best travel experiences and whatnot and pay. But the Negro Leagues were most of the time just a touch even below that. Just like any owner, they're trying to jam the money in their pocket. So they didn't spend a lot of money They'd still be doing it if unions didn't come around, right? But what I love about Buck O'Neil, he had just a great outlook, and he said, man, if I would have been born later, I would have never gotten a chance to play in the Negro Leagues. He loved it. He loved the camaraderie. He loved the game of baseball, and he didn't hold it against the people of that time. He just looked at it as we're growing as a country, growing as a nation, growing as a society, humanity. Had the color barrier let's say the color barrier gets broken in 1930. What he's saying is, man, I would have never gotten to play in the Negro Leagues. And he loved every minute of it. So it's an interesting perspective. And I take that with me in life. Obviously, I didn't go through what he went through, could never even imagine. But I think of that moniker all the time, of the fact that I was right on time. I think I always misquote it and say I was just in time, but same thing. I was right on time. Because had I been born later in time, we'll say 10 years. Yeah, well, first of all, I'd be a little younger today, so that's great, right? But you could say that no matter where you're at in the calendar of the great calendar, right? But the things that I would have missed, that I enjoyed thoroughly in my life, that I still look back on, and until my brain fails me, I'm going to continue to love. Look, if I was born 10 years later, I would have missed the infancy of ESPN when it first came on and that whole thing. I still remember that. Even though we all get ticked off at what they do on a daily basis with some of the stuff that they pull nowadays, that's not what ESPN was when we were kids. In the 80s, the 90s, it was about the sports. Even into the majority of the 2000s. It's only been the last 10-ish years, 10 plus, we'll say, even if you want to be aggressive and say the last 15 years, that ESPN has really gone the direction that they've gone in, where it's not the same, right? But it used to be about, folks who are my age and even older, do you remember getting excited and waking up in the morning and running to the TV to turn on Sports Center? And I would watch that thing. Let's say I woke up on a day off, I didn't have to be anywhere, and being in the restaurant business a lot of times during the week, you remember running to the television, turning it on to see the highlights, because it was the only way you could consume it in the 80s and 90s. And I would leave it on 3-4 times in a row. That's all you got was the replay from the night before. I don't remember when they first started doing the daytime Sports Center, but I know that thing would play till noon, if not later. I don't remember what they did before they started arguing and screaming at each other and telling you about Aaron Rodgers and LeBron James every 15 seconds. And it's like that with and I can go through all the annals of sports that I've seen over my lifetime. The fact that when I look at right on time, it's a great way to look at your life. Now, there are younger people that may going to say, well, but if I was born then, I wouldn't have. Yeah, I get it. You're probably going to live longer than me. You should. And I hope you do. And you'll probably see some things that I'll never see. But when my grandfather would say, I'm glad I'm not born in your age, because now you're dealing with this, this, and this, and I got to see this, this, and this. It's all about your perspective. And I would say, Dad, if I could talk to him today, Grandpa, if I could talk to him today, can you believe the technology that we deal with today? It's so easy to consume whatever you want to consume. So Buck O'Neil, I wanted to highlight him. It wasn't his playing numbers. It was the fact that he was a great ambassador of the game. And I highly recommend his book. I'm looking at the list here. There's another one. I've only read clips of this. I don't believe I've gotten a hold of the actual copy. It's called The Soul of Baseball, a road trip through Buck O'Neil's America. I know people are big on that. The Right on Time one, to me, is the one that, if I can only, because I haven't read the other one. Now that I know that this one exists, I'm definitely going to look it up. But it's what you wanted. It's really where you want to go with Buck O'Neil. And it hits such, you see him on camera and you see the interviews, such a magnetic personality. I mean, even when he wasn't smiling, the way his eyes would twinkle and he talked, it was like he was smiling. And I loved hearing him in the different docs talking about the game of baseball. There's one, I don't think I even have that on clip, but he was talking about, I must though, because I know it pretty well, where he's talking about, and I didn't realize at the time, but now doing the math, he would have been around 8-9 years old when this was going on, talking about the 1919 year dealing with all of the Judge Mountain Landis scandal, the court case. They find out everybody is the 8 men out of the White Sox is what I'm trying to get to. And he was talking about the fact that, and this is another thing, you're talking about right on time. Babe Ruth was right on time. He gets traded to New York just in time to save baseball. If he was born much earlier, this wouldn't have been it wouldn't have been the splash that it was. If he was born much later, he might have been too late to save baseball. Babe Ruth was right on time. Jackie Robinson was right on time. And I love that perspective from Buck, because he's not talking about, hey man, don't talk about what you think that I missed. I can tell you what you missed. And that's the way I look at a lot of things, especially, we talk more sports than anything like that, but in the sports world, man, if I was born later in life, I guess that's a yogiism. How could you be born later in life? If I was born later in the century, I would have never gotten to grow up watching Dan Marino zip it. I would have missed Nolan Ryan. I would not have seen Dale freaking Murphy play. And if I was a Gen Zer right now, I would have missed Chipper Jones. Oof. You can have that life. I don't want anything to do with it. Now, my dad and my grandfather would try to tell me, yeah, but you never got to see, and they would throw someone at me. And I'm like, you're right. I didn't get to see Mickey Mantle. My grandfather would talk on and on about Hank Aaron. I never got to see him play. But he's probably the reason why I became a Braves fan, is because my grandfather loved Hank Aaron. But anyways, I wanted to start off with Buck because I felt like it was this is what got me interested in going to the Hall of Fame. And then you learn all their other stories, and it's just, it's what makes baseball absolutely phenomenal. Let's go ahead, before we do a complete transition, want to go ahead and go into the next guy. All right, the next guy that I wanted to bring up is a guy that I think more people need to know his story because of what he meant to the actual game of, the league, the Negro Leagues. And that's Rube Foster. He's known as, his nickname is the father of black baseball, the father of the Negro Leagues, right? And Rube Foster was looked upon in the first decade of the 20th century to be possibly the best pitcher in the Negro Leagues. Rube Foster, now he's a little different look to this because he ends up being part owner. He ends up being a guy that, this is one of the reasons why it's a little difficult to rank a lot of these guys, and one of the reasons is Negro League, they did not do a great job of tallying statistics. So a lot of it is off of legend and rumor. But the way I look at it is, like when someone will try to tell you that Josh Gibson, I don't know, one of the things, we'll do Josh Gibson shortly, but one of the things that they'll try to tell you is he hit like 82 or 84 home runs in a season. But a lot of it was barnstorming tours, so it wasn't a true season. So they played a boat ton of games, and they're not even 100% sure on the numbers. This is the way I look at it. Were they playing against the same players? No. And can you compare? No. But I'm going off of the guys that were the best in the league that they were in, and those guys could have played in any league, any era. Just like I've said a million times before, Babe Ruth could have played in today's game. People think he wouldn't have. Babe Ruth would have been slamming the ball out. What we know now, launch angle and all that kind of stuff, he would have consumed that. Certain guys are just born with the ability to hit. So same thing with the guys in the Negro Leagues. He played for the Chicago Leland Giants from 2007 to 1910. He won, first of all, his career winning record, 723 wins. And once again, the records are a little skewed because some of these games that they would give them wins on were not against legitimate teams, but it doesn't matter. We're going off of their numbers in their league, whatever. 21 seasons, 723 wins, 400 losses, a 644 winning percentage. Pretty darn good. He had seasons where he, like for instance, where he appeared in 69 games, had 40 wins, 49 wins, 49 wins, 45 wins, 55 wins in 1921. Most miraculous thing to me about that is that he had 55 wins, and he was born, and he was in 1921, he was 42 years old. Now, he ended up with the Chicago American Giants. He ended up teaming up with Comiskey of the White Sox to bring the team to Chicago, to bring a team into Chicago. Excuse me. And that's how he ended up being part owner. The thing that I wanted to hit up when you first hit the color barrier, Jackie Robinson goes into major leagues, and you think about how great that was, how outstanding it was, but what you don't think about is the ones left behind. Jackie Robinson goes into the major leagues, breaks the color barrier. W does it for the Indians. And then all the other guys come around, and they're going into the major leagues. And then the next thing you know, Willie Mays, Hank Aaron, everybody wants to go see them play the best of the best. If you're a black American at the time, it's very Larry Bird versus Magic Johnson, where you want to see, can your guys go out there and whip who is considered the best? The Negro League got left behind. And so guys like Rube Foster, who died in 1930, he died before the color barrier, but I'm talking about he was the father of black baseball. They talk about it quite a bit. Buck talked about it quite a bit, how the guys who came along. So I really call him the grandfather, Negro League. But anyways, Negro League were very, very popular going into the 30s and 40s. And then it gets dissolved a few years after the color barrier because nobody wanted to go to the games, because all of the people that were going to those games are now going to watch Jackie Robinson. And it was only going to continue to get worse. It was very much like, remember the Tom Hanks, Gina Davis movie, League of Their Own, that was based on a true story? And they had pretty decent attendance numbers when they were playing, but when the men came back from war, the attendance numbers fell off. So you see a good thing have a negative, and we see this a lot in the world, but it should be noted that guys like Rube Foster were building something, and the guys that came after Foster, but he was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 81 as a pioneer executive. Honestly, that was well overdue. But Foster in the National Baseball Hall of Fame for everything that he did for the game. All right, next up, let's talk about Josh Gibson and a couple of the others that you may not remember. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country HD, Braves Country Today. And we're doing Once Upon a Pastime series today. We're hitting up Negro League. We will be back in a flash. Keep it locked in here, y'all.
Hey, this isn't my coffee. Where's my finely ground quinoa blend from Starbucks?
That's it. Daphne put an eggshell and some allspice in it.
Didn't that just dress it up? Let us get something clear. I am not a morning person. I have to ease into my day slowly. First, I have my coffee. Sans eggshells or anything else one tends to pick out of the garbage.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
If there's anything I could change about the league to make it better, probably just all the guys sitting resting. That's the only thing I probably don't like. Just play, man. If you 80%, you got to play. I don't like all the sitting, missing games and stuff. Like these people might have enough money to come to one game. You know what I'm saying? And that might be the game they come to, and then you sitting out. You know what I'm saying? So I take pride in trying to play every game because I don't know. It might be one fan that has never seen me play, and I'm trying to play. So that's the only thing I don't like. Guys just sitting out.
Armchair.
What are you asking me for? I don't know.
When the University of Illinois played Northwestern, Illinois rooters fired blanks into the air. Much more convenient than yelling, the campus paper said, and has a better effect on the visiting team. And when the Princeton Tigers beat Yale, their fans roared right onto the field.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. right, welcome back. And, man, we have on the screen right now is Josh Gibson. Who was Josh Gibson? Why is everybody making such a big deal about Josh Gibson? Josh Gibson was basically known as the Babe Ruth of the Negro Leagues. And he played baseball from 1930 to 1946. And he was born in 1911, just like Buck O'Neil. By 1946, his skills had deteriorated a little bit. And the thing about him is that it's been known about Josh Gibson that he was a little more controversial and whatnot. And so when people talk about, when they broke the color barrier, there was actually at one point, there was talk about the Dodgers' focus being on Josh Gibson because he was such incredible talent. Anybody who watched him play talked about, you know what they always say when they say, man, so-and-so, when they hit the ball, it sounds different off the bat. That's what they said about Josh Gibson. Basically, that he could just absolutely pound the hell out of the ball. He was 6'1", 220 pounds. He was a catcher. He also played a little outfield and first base, but he was known as a catcher. And had he been able to play in Major League Baseball at the time, I don't care if his numbers wouldn't have been as good. Supposedly, his career batting average was .373. What? That would be what 6-7 points higher than Ty Cobb, who has the best batting average in the history of Major League Baseball. Now, the thing about these games that they played quite a bit, they didn't play not all of their games were played against teams in their league. Sometimes they were barnstorming towards, and that's where these statistics kind of get in the weeds. And what's strange about it is he's only credited with 166 home runs, 612 runs scored. But the 166 home runs, and I'm looking at this on the fly as I'm combing through this, the most they give him credit for is 20 in a year. But there's talks about how he hit 80-something in one season. Well, why was that? It's because of the barnstorming tour. So they go out and they play, it looks like typically around half as many games as Major League Baseball at the time. For instance, I'll just grab one of his better years. I'll grab 1937. And he had 20 home runs, 73 RBI, 417 batting average. But that's one of the years that people swear that he had many more because they hit so many, went on so many barnstorming tours. So that's where he gets a little in the weeds on these guys' overall numbers. But his 612 runs scored is the same number that they've some have come up with for how many home runs he's hit in his entire career. And it's really hard to slice and dice it and keep it separate. So that's why I led off with that number. But any way you look at it, let's just look at this. What are we always talking about? OPS and OPS plus. Listen to this OPS plus. If it's even remotely close to being true, his OPS plus, we were talking about guys the other day who, in the 140s, 150s, 170. 214 OPS plus. His OPS for his career, 1.176 and 1166 OPS plus. A sluggo of 718. On base percentage of 458 and batting average of 373. I don't even care if any of this is accurate. What a great story, right? He hit above 400 in 1937 and in 1939. He also hit 500 in 1930, but only had 4 at-bats. But he also hit, listen to this one, 466 in 1943. An OPS of 1427. What? The one in 1937, an OPS of 1474. So it just gives you an idea. He was clubbing the hell out of the ball. He's just, regardless how you look at it, the guy was a phenomenal player for a long period of time. And kids growing up watching and listening to Negro League baseball, he was their Babe Ruth. Because they talked about not just the home runs he hit, but the distance that he would just club them. And so that's Babe Ruth in a nutshell right there. All right, the next guy. Next guy we're going to talk about. Papa Bell. hitter and a pitcher. What? I thought only Shohei Ohtani. No, Shohei Ohtani isn't the only person to ever play baseball. He was. Now, he's a guy that, when you talk about the annals of history, he may not be looked upon in the same breath as some of these other guys, like the Josh Gibson, right? But Cool Papa Bell had, if nothing else, you got to talk about him because supposedly his speed was incredible. He was inducted into the Major League Baseball, or the National Baseball Hall of Fame, 1974. Here are the cliff notes on his stats. 8-time All-Star, lifetime batting average of .337, 2-time World Series champs, Negro Leagues. His career entered in 1942, just before the color barrier was broken. Started playing in 1922 for the St. Louis Stars. And some of these statistics get really confusing. So I see two different batting averages listed for him in the same breath on the same page. It says his lifetime batting average was .337, and then it says his batting average was .325. I'm like, well, which one is it? Now, he was typically a leadoff hitter, and he was referred to as cool after striking out Oscar Charleston, and he added Papa to the nickname because he said it sounded better. Gotta love that, which it does. It's a really cool nickname, Cool Papa Bell. At first, he only made his appearances in the outfield, but by 1924, working on defensive skills, appearing more in the outfield. At first, he only made the occasional outfield appearance, but then he worked on his defensive skills, I should say. So a couple years later, they started putting him in the outfield, and he was supposedly extremely fast. 285 stolen bases. But the great line is one of the reasons why I was drawn to him when I first started, following the league was, I'm trying to remember. I think it was Satchel Paige that said it about him, but he said that Cool Papa Bell was so fast that he could turn off the light and be in bed before the room went dark. So it's just great little things like that. And obviously it's embellished, but that's what the great thing is about baseball. It's full of great quotes. He played for what is that 25 seasons? Nothing else. We know one thing. He was in shape. Debuted in 1922. 52 years later, he finally got put into the Hall of Fame. But what stands out with him more than anything else was his speed. Able to get on base. On base percentage, by the way, of .394. And evidently a pretty light hitter. He did have 57 home runs, but OPS was .840. But the big thing with him was his speed, and evidently a very good defender by this. So in other words, originally he supposedly was not a very good defender, and over a 2-year span, the next thing you know, he'd worked on his defensive skills, and I don't think they gave out Gold Gloves in the Negro Leagues, but would have been one of those types. Here's the other thing: 5,341st person to debut in the history of what they call now. See, now they've combined the major leagues, but by 1922, you'd already had 5,341 people playing some form of professional baseball, the major leagues, the Negro Leagues, etc. You can go back to, the Players League, the Federal League, all of them. So the ones that have been accredited for that, you already had 5,341 people that have made that debut. That's 1922. So think about all the people that have played this great game. I guess one of the reasons why I love this game is because I loved the numbers. I really did. I just, the numbers, because you can compare them, and no, they didn't play in the same era, but you can look at it and go, man, he did this and he did that at this time, and et cetera, et cetera. So that's Cool Papa Bell for you. And I just felt like he needed to be talked about because I don't think he was talked about enough. And that kind of leads me to my next guy. This guy was looked upon as one of the greats of his era. Let's go ahead and bring him in. Next guy that we're going to, his name is Oscar Charleston. And I think he's a guy, I kind of pulled some of my friends that really do follow baseball. And I don't believe many people, I don't think enough people know him. I'll put it that way. I think it's a little strange that he is not nearly well as known as he should be. Oscar Charleston finished with a .365 batting average. Oscar Charleston's OPS was 1064, a 184 OPS plus. What? Now, just like some of the others that we went over in the Once Upon a Pastime series with the Pioneers Forgotten, Charleston was born in 1896, and he debuted in 1920, so right around the Cool Papa Bell era. And I really want to do more research on him and maybe revisit him down the road. But why was he overlooked? Because he's not one of the names that I heard growing up. I heard of Josh Gibson. I heard of Cool Papa Bell and whatnot. But he played for the Pittsburgh Crawfords, which is one of the storied franchises in the league. He played for the Philadelphia Stars. He played for the Harrisburg Giants. He played for the Indianapolis ABCs. He started in 1920 and he finished in 1941. So a little too old, and maybe that had something to do with it. The whole color barrier being broken, 6 years later? Now, he wasn't a prolific home run hitter. Maybe that had something. Maybe people just wanted to focus on the handful of stars. But I just felt like Oscar Charleston needed to be talked about. Stolen bases, 210, so solid. Solid home run hitter, 143 of those games marked. RBIs, he wasn't a big RBI guy. He was a guy that was at the top of the lineup, 365 hitter. And he played center field and first base. Primarily center field and then later on first baseman. But he was voted in to the Hall of Fame by the Negro League Committee in 1976. So one of the earlier ones voted in, but you never get enough about him. So I just felt like we need to shine a little bit of light on him. As I learn more and more about these guys, and I plan on doing so, we'll talk more and more about this down the road. But I just felt like Oscar Charleston. I mean, this guy batted .433 in 21, .405 in 1924, .427 in 1925, .429. Well, he only played in a few games, so we won't count that one. I was about to bring up the 1940. It looks like by the time he hit 1938, so the last 5 years of what we just talked about, he was only playing a few games. So his health must have really failed him. And so essentially it says 18, but he really played 13 years. So when you think about that, the numbers are a little more impressive. But that is Oscar Charleston in a nutshell. And he is one of those guys. You know what it kind of reminds me of? It's the same way that Sam Crawford was overlooked. And sometimes it's because of when you were born, the media exposure, and then sometimes you don't know why. But my guess is going to be because he came about in the time period where he was getting overshadowed by guys like Cool Papa Bell, but also Josh Gibson. So that leads us to our last one that we'll do today. And this guy, you got to talk this guy. So there was no way I was leaving him off. And I'm sure a lot of y'all already know where I'm going, but here we go. On Braves Country HD, you know exactly where I'm going. If you cannot, well, And by the way, we'll do Jackie Robinson, that kind of stuff on a different type of deal. I want to talk about the guys that lived the Negro Leagues for a majority of their career. Satchel Paige. Satchel Paige, whether he was born just in time or not, Satchel Paige continued to play baseball. In fact, Satchel Paige came in and played in the major leagues in 1965 for one game. Satchel Paige was born in 1906. He was 58 years old when he took the mound. Oldest player in the history of baseball. It's one of the reasons why he did it. He came in and he threw 3 innings that day, gave up 1 hit, and doesn't look like he did not give up a run. Anyway, you look at that, that's impressive. 58 years old going in and give 3 innings. We have a hard time getting 3 innings out of some of our starters nowadays. They're in their early 20s. Paige started playing in 1927, the Birmingham Black Barons. He continued to play. 1931 he went to the Cubs. That was the Cleveland Cubs. He played for the Pittsburgh Crawfords. He played with the Kansas City Monarchs. He played with Buck O'Neil. I would have loved to have been a fly on that wall, listen to some of their conversations. Very lively personality. Played for the Kansas City Monarchs all the way to 1947, and then went to play with the Cleveland Indians in 48. After Dobie broke the color barrier, he went and played with the Indians. And so at that age, there he is in his early 40s. What did he do here? In 1948, he appeared in 7 games, had a 2.48 ERA, 72 innings pitched. 7 games and 72 innings pitched. I mean, he was pitching complete games at that age in the majors. 2.48 ERA his first year, 3.04 his second year. This is in the major leagues. And then his third year, 4.79, and his 5th and final full year was 1952. So he played from 48, 49, 51, 52. Did not play in 1950. And during that time span, those 4 years, he was, 25 and 22. So a winning record even in his 40s in the major leagues. What he's credited with is 1,500 strikeouts through 1,751 innings. That seems incredibly low to me, because all I've ever heard about him is that he was a strikeout machine. But he wasn't credited for a lot of strikeouts per 9. But it was a different era, and guys were slapsticking and using the cross and just nubbing at the ball. So different era. It just seems low when you look at it, and the fact that he played in the 50s. But if you really think about his entire career, most of it was in the 20s and 30s. I guess it does make sense. He was voted in to the Hall of Fame in 1971 by the committee. And he is looked upon as one of the greatest of all time. And anyone that played with him in that era will tell you he was the best. He had ERAs as low as 194, 154. I mean, some of the others, 206, 2. His career ERA was 273. But a lot of that was elevated when he went into the major leagues at a very late age. So that's just a little bit of it. We'll do more of the Negro Leagues down the road. I just wanted to touch on it because we've done a lot of this stuff here recently, and I want to make sure that that we do touch on that. But do yourself a favor and do your own research, and y'all have a great day, and hopefully you got something out of this. I know I do. Every time I do one of these, I get something out of it. Really enjoy learning the history of the game. Y'all have a great one.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Of September, something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
In Noonan, Georgia.
Welcome to Braves Country Radio. We are excited to bring you a brand new season, your home for the classic call of radio baseball.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way on the 0-2 count from Ronaldo Lopez is a swing and a miss strike, and there's one down here in the top of the 7th inning. Braves trail 1-0, top of the 7th. First pitch on the way is down and in, four-seamer for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. Jacob Young, the batter. The 0-1 right there, and it's 0-2. The 0-2 count. We're going to try to sync it up, but obviously it reset itself during the rain delay. The 0-2 pitch. Kicks and fires. Off the plate wide, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Raylo brings it. Fastball swing, fouls it away. Do it again. Righty-righty matchup, 1-2 count, one out, nobody on. Top of the 7th inning, Braves trail 1-0. The 1-2, did he go around? They're going to say he did, strike 3, and there's 2 away. So 2 quick outs here to start the 7th inning. Remember, the Braves still have 3 ups left, so long way to go in this one. Appreciate everybody who stuck around. Righty-lefty, first pitch is a four-seamer at the knees. It's 1-0. Nasim Nunez leads the National League in stolen bases, standing at the plate. If he gets on, he'll be trying to go. The 1-0. Kicks and grips. P at the knees. Four-seamer. 1-1. Just to reset a little bit, Nationals have 1 ABS challenge left. The Braves have both of theirs. Both teams have both of their replay challenges. Lopez on for Diddy, who was the second pitcher of the day for the Braves. Diddy got the 1 out to finish the inning and then started off the first 2 pitches of this inning, and then the rain came down. Forrest Griffin went 6 innings, 6 strikeouts, 3 hits, and a run allowed. He is most likely done for the day. The 2-1 pitch swing, rolls it on the ground, and a diving stop by Ozzie. Ozzie from his knees will get Nunez on one hopper just in time, and that'll end the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Braves need just a blast to tie it. We'll be back in a flash. Welcome back. One to nothing your score. We head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Alvarez is coming on for the Washington Nationals bullpen. Andrew Alvarez, the southpaw, 26-year-old, 6'3", 215-pounder. Out of Anaheim, California. And Austin Riley will lead us off. It'll be Riley, Harris, and Eli White. If anybody gets on, Ha-Seong Kim. Alvarez has thrown 11 innings this year in Major League Baseball. We're just about set to start the bottom of the 7th inning. Austin Riley digging in. Lefty-righty matchup. Braves trail by 1. First pitch on the way is a slider down and in. It's 1-0. 1-0. Brings it. Swing. Rips it through the infield. That's through for a base hit. And it's a leadoff single from Austin Riley and your Atlanta Braves.
You're my boy, Blue! Blue, you're my boy!
Austin Riley hits a four-seamer on the edge and rockets it through the infield. And here we go. Lefty-lefty matchup. Michael Harris, the batter. First pitch on the way is in the dirt. Taken for a ball, it's 1-0. What you'll see from Alvarez is a curveball, four-seamer, slider, sinker. A four-pitch pitcher. He throws that curveball more than anything else, 37% of the time. The four-seamer, 27%. And then the slider and sinker come in at 35% even. The 1-0 swing. Chops it off the plate. It's 1-1. Looks like it might have gotten a piece of Ruiz, the backstop. One count. Only scoring of the game, if you missed it, was in the 5th inning. Nunez singled to right. Lyle scored. That's the only run of the game. The 1-1 to Harris. Swing. Lifts it. Going for the downs, but he'll run out of gas. Good old-fashioned warning track power, and it's F8 in your scorecard, 1 away. One down. And Eli White, the batter. You wonder if they get the line moving, if Leon would hit or not. They would probably pinch hit for him. But a long way to go before we get there. 1 on, 1 out. Riley, tying run at first. The pitch on the way to Eli, swing and a miss at the slider down below his knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing, chopper. over to third, makes a diving stop. His only play is to first. They're going to get Eli by about a half step, and there's 2 away. On the play, Riley moves up to second base, and he is in scoring position. Ha-Seong Kim will try to knock him home with 2 outs. Good diving stab over there at third by Meade. Keep that ball in the infield. His only shot, he might have had a shot at Riley, but if he doesn't get him, they're going to be in a mess. First pitch is upstairs. Curveball for a strike. It's 0-1. Lefty-righty matchup. On deck is Leone unless they pinch hit. They've got a couple they could pick from. The 0-1 just grabs the outer edge. It's 0-2. The 0-2 count. Swing and a miss to the curveball. Nowhere near it. Strike 3. Kim looking silly up there. We'll be back in a flash. We go to the 8th inning. Trailing 1-0.
106 miles from Chicago. We've got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
It's happy hour.
When wins become losses and losses become wins.
You guys going to happy hour? I'll come for a couple. Just a couple, though. Not like last time.
I need a drink.
When buying a beer, buying only one beer can cause a misalignment in your spine due to the uneven weight distribution. This can cause unnecessary back pain and potential spine issues. To prevent this, carry 2 beers, ensuring your body is balanced and proper health maintained.
Have dinner, ready?
Put my pants on, one leg at a time.
Does Barry Manilow know that you raid his wardrobe?
Guess what? I got a fever, and the only prescription.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News.
You're enraged, cunt.
Everybody drink a beer. Salad.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to.
This stinks.
Pretty soon we're going to be calling this country.
This is total BS. Oh, yeah. For me and the Lord, you gotta understand it. We're on a mission for God. I'm on the radio every day!
If you want to stop me, you're gonna have to kill me!
And you, music lover, you're next.
You're so drunk you can't hit nothing. In fact, you're probably seeing double.
I have 2 guns, one for each of you.
Welcome back. Ronaldo Lopez goes back to work. First pitch is a slider down and in. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing, fouls it away. It's 1-1. One count. Turns and kicks, swing, fouls it away, 1-2. The 1-2. Raylo comes set. Brings it. Outside, high and wide. 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Swing. Lifts it into right center field. Underneath it is Michael Harris II. 1 away. F8 in your scorecard. Braves are off tomorrow. Then we head to Boston to face the Red Sox for 3. Tuesday night, 6:45. Wednesday night, 6:45. And Thursday at 4:10. First pitch to James Wood, righty-lefty matchup, is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Drops a slider there on the outer edge. Good pitch by Raylo, 1-1. Meade is on deck. The number 2 hitter. If he were to reach, it would be Chaparro and then Abrams. 1-1. Check swing, changeup off the plate. Ball 2-1. 1 run, 5 hits, no errors for Washington. No runs, 4 hits, no errors for Atlanta. 2 rain delays. The 2-1 pitch. Check swing. Did he go around? Did not. 3-1. This game originally started, well, it was supposed to start at 4:10, got going about 4:30. Then we had about an hour rain delay where we resumed about 15 minutes ago. The 3-1 pitch misses outside the zone, ball 4. So Wood will head on down to first, second walk of the day. And Meade will be the batter. Grounded into a double play back in the first inning. We could use one of those right here. He's also reached on an infield single and flied to left. Righty-righty matchup, first pitch, and Wood goes. The throw goes down to second, and they will easily steal on Leon and runner in scoring position with 1 out. So that'll wipe away the possibility of the conventional double play. As James Wood steals his 8th base of the year. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way on the 1-0 is a 4-seamer. Grabs the outer edge up top. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Braves with the off day tomorrow. So if they climb back into this one and grab the lead, they'll go all in to try to win this. The 1-1. Swing. Lifts it. Right field. Drifting back at the track. Making the catch is Eli White, and chugging down to third on the tag up is James Wood. 2 down. Runner down to third base now. Luis Garcia, the batter. You see his pinch hitting for Chaparro. C.J. Abrams stands on deck. Garcia batting .253 on the year. 258 or 253 with the 679 OPS. The first pitch is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Infield. Playing back into the right. Huge hole on the left side. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and he will rake it into right field. And that's down for a base hit. The Nationals have doubled their lead. It's 2-0. So the stolen base comes back to bite the Braves. They've been running all over this tandem of Trump and Leon all weekend long, and once again pays dividends. He gets a run for the Nationals, and they have a 2-run lead. First pitch to C.J. Abrams, the 4-seamer below the knees. It's 1-0. Braves will have the top of the order due up in the next inning. It'll be Leon, who they will probably pinch hit for, depending on who the pitcher is. The changeup is right there. It's 1-0. And then it would be Acuna and Dubon. Olsen, if anybody got on. The 2-0 pitch. 3-0, nowhere near the zone. So all three pitches missing down and out of the zone. On deck is Cruz. Runner at first, 2 outs. The 3-0 pitch. Right down the pipe, taken all the way. 4-seam fastball, 3-1. Three-one pitch, swing and a miss. Full count. The runner at first will be on the move. Payoff pitch, runner goes. Out and away, ball 4. So runners at first and second now in 2 outs. Hefner out there to the mound to talk to Lopez. Two on, 2 out, top of the 8th. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch, 4-seamer. Dylan Cruz, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Chopper down the first base line. It is 0-2. Go-to from Raylo. Swing, peppers it foul over the first base dugout. We'll do it one more time. Tigers lead the Orioles 4-1 in the bottom of the 7th there. The 0-2 count. Swing. Slaps it down the right field line, but plenty foul. Lopez at 34 pitches through his second inning of work. Raylo kicks and then spins around, chase the runners back. The 0-2 count. 2-0 your score. Once again, Braves will have the top of the order due up in the 8th. The 0-2 pitch. Swing. Hard on the ground over towards Kim. Kim's got it, flips it to Olsen, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves cough up 1, but it's still just a 2-run game. We'll be back in a flash here on the BCR Sunday Night Baseball.
I hate when folk, man, I hate when you ask somebody how old their child is and they give you that bougie answer in months. Just tell me how old a mother child is for real, boy. Baby might be 2 years old. You ask them how old the baby is, might say 28 months like that. Just tell me the baby 2. What the wrong with you? Man, look here. I feel like doing no math when you can, man, look here.
I've had it with this dump.
We got no food. We got no jobs. Our pets' heads are falling off.
I was just checking to see if I went viral. No? Okay. Let's check one more time.
Oh, you think that you're awkward? Well, this weekend I dislocated my shoulder because I fell off of a chicken. Yes, you heard that right. A chicken. In my neighborhood, there's a chicken statue at a place like down the street. This year, my roommates and I would like to send out a Christmas card of us on the chicken. I did have to go into the ER, and when they said, "Ma'am, what happened?" I said, "I dislocated my shoulder." They said, "How did you do this?" I said, "I fell off of a chicken."
Boy, to be able to say in your lifetime that you were a Reds fan and got to follow a Johnny Bench on a day-by-day basis. Hey, you are a most fortunate baseball fan.
I gave them the moments they needed to be happy. Hell, I had a great career.
Two-time world champion, two-time MVP, 14-time All-Star, 10-time Gold Glove winner. Johnny Bench had come a long way from Bangor, Oklahoma.
He's the best ever. Oklahoma takes a lot of pride in the fact that Johnny Bench is an Okie.
We have a class reunion every 5 years, and I think he's come to every one of them.
If we go places and someone says, "Where are you from?" and we say Bangor, "Oh, from Johnny Bench town?" It's like, yeah, I graduated.
I'm not the only guy in the world who's going to say he's the greatest catcher ever.
He's the best catcher I've ever seen. There's no question about that.
Welcome back. Jorge Mateo is going to lead us off as Alvarez, the left-hander, is back out there on the bump. Lefty-righty matchup. First pitch is a slider in the dirt. It's 1-0. If they leave the left-hander in, we got two right-handers to follow Mateo, Acuna, and Dubon. Then Matt Olson. And Ozzie Albies, the switch hitter, much stronger on the right side. The 1-0. Swing, fouls it back. 1-1. He would be followed by Riley. So in theory, 5 of your next 6 batters are right-handed. The 1-1, swing, lifts it. That ball is hit towards the gap. Get up over his head. It will not. Making the running catches. James Wood there on the warning track for out number 1. He gave it a ride. Just couldn't find the lane to fall down. Thought that had a chance, but they had him played pretty well. Ronald Acuna Jr. will be the batter. He's 0 for 2 on the day with the walk, batting .243 on the year. Lefty-righty matchup, first pitch in the dirt, curveball, 1-0. Dubon moves to the on-deck circle, Matt Olson in the hole. Tying run on deck, Braves trail 2-0. 1-0. Misses high and out of the zone. Ball 2-0. Texas leads the Angels 1-0. They're in the third inning. Cookie Carrasco is warming up in the pen for the Braves to come out for the ninth. The 2-0 pitch. Swing. Swats it backwards. 2-1. Two-one count. Brings it down below the knees. Ball 3. 3-1. Braves have not scored a run since extra innings on Friday night, looking to break through here. The 3-1 pitch. Down and in, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. Ronald Acuna Jr. Trying to get things going here for the Braves. Looks like this is Botero coming out. I believe he's motioning for a right-hander, which is interesting because Matt Olson is on deck. See who comes out of here as we hit the... Yeah, it looks like it's a right-hander. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trail by 2. Welcome back, and Mauricio Dubon set to face Gus Varlin. Hard-throwing right-hander, righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way is a slider down and away. It's 1-0, trying to get him to chase off the edge. Braves trail 2-0. The tying run is at the plate. Ronald Acuna Jr. is at first. The infield back into the left. Huge hole on the right side. We've seen Dubon punch a lot of pitches that way. The 1-0 in the dirt. Good stop by the backstop. Heber Ruiz. Keep that from going to getting away and getting Acuna to second base. Olsen stands on deck. Ozzie in the hold. The 2-0 pitch, swing, pops it up into center field, and that'll be a lazy fly ball, F8, and there's 2 down. 2 down. Now it'll be up to Matt Olson here in this inning. Keep this inning alive. One swing, he could tie this baby up. Puts one in the gap, we could at least cut it in half. Ozzie on deck, Riley. He's in the hole. First pitch on the way, swing, chops it foul. It's 0-1. Olsen doubled to right field in the 4th inning. He's also struck out and grounded out. The 0-1. Slider misses down and in. Good take by Olsen, trying to give him to bite. 1-1. 1-1 count. Brings it. Swing. Pops it up. Lazy fly ball. Who wants it? Woods underneath it. Left field. And that'll end the inning. We'll go to the 9th. Trailing by 2 here in Braves country. 2-0. Bad guys on top.
Hey, does anybody else miss that part of the pandemic where it was illegal to be all up in people's personal space?
We are pleased to announce some exciting new changes to the NFL season. The first 3 quarters of each game will be shown on NBC. Fans who wish to watch the 4th quarter will have to switch to Peacock. Overtime will be shown on YouTube TV, subject to local blackouts. The NFL playoffs will be shown on a combination of Paramount Plus, Hulu, and Netflix, while the Super Bowl will be streamed on Xbox Live. During the game, there will be a special gambling timeout between every 3rd and 4th down, giving fans at home time to wager on what will happen next. The team whose fan base bets the most on the game will receive an extra timeout at the end of each quarter. And finally, to encourage gambling, quarterbacks will be required to call out FanDuel before every play in the red zone. Thank you, and God bless the United States of gambling.
Armchair.
Mickey became the golden-haired boy, and I came the other guy. You know, I'm glad for Mickey that it worked out that way. On the other hand, I had to feel a little sad because I was getting the other side of the stick.
Back in the realm of the clubhouse, Mickey was also king.
The teammates really had an emotional connection with Mantle.
Players related to him, loved him, saw him as a warm human being. He was one of them.
Mickey Mantle was absolutely the greatest.
Especially with his teammates. If you were Mickey Mantle's friend, you were a friend for life. And the biggest beneficiary in '61 was Roger Maris.
There was a lot written about me and Roger not liking each other, and that's the farthest thing from the truth that it could ever be. I don't think we ever had an argument. We appreciated each other.
Both Roger and Mickey respected each other's performance under that enormous pressure. And finally, in that '61 season, they actually got an apartment together.
Welcome back. First pitch swinging to start the inning is a pop-up over by the third base dugout. And Austin Riley's got it. F5 in your scorecard. 1 away. Cookie Carrasco on to pitch. Braves are off tomorrow. So if they can't tie this up or walk it off, either way, We get a full reset in the bullpen. Righty-righty matchup, first pitch, P at the knees, four-seam fastball. It's 0-1. Jacob Young 1 for 3 on the day. Singled in the fifth. The 0-1 to Young. High and out of the zone, four-seam fastball, 93 mile an hour, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, swing, fouls that back. It's 1-2. Atlanta Braves 9th inning. We'll have Ozzie Albies, Austin Riley, and Michael Harris. If anybody gets on, it would be White and Kim due up, but they may pinch hit. The 1-2 inside hits him in the arm, and he'll head on down to first. So giving a base away there with 2 strikes as the changeup just kind of faded in and clipped his chicken wing, and he'll head on down to first. That'll bring Nunez to the plate. Pinch hitters that the Braves have available, and you got to figure at least one of these guys, if we get the line moving, maybe even both of them get a shot, is you've got Dominic Smith and Yastrzemski. Pitch on the way is fouled off. It's 0-1. Tromp has come on to catch after Mateo pinch hit for Leon. So you're stuck there as the 0-1 pitch swing lifts it. Nunez drives it towards right field, drifting over, making the running catch is the Book of Eli, and there's 2 down. So that's the only dead spot you have realistically in the lineup. If you get it rolling, is that Tromp cannot be pinch hit for. You have no one to catch. So, but he's been pretty good in late innings, so depending on the situation, they may have him swing away. They have had him drop a bunt every once in a while as well in years past. Hubert Ruiz 0 for 3 on the day. Speaking of catchers. Open stance from the left side. They're going to flip it over to first real quick. Keep Young close by. He's back in plenty of time. Righty-lefty matchup. The pitch, well off the plate, sinker misses. It's 1-0. Rangers and Angels are now tied up at 1 in the 4th. And Detroit has a 4-1 lead over Baltimore. They're in the 8th. The 1-0, runner goes, throw comes down to second. They'll steal second with plenty of ease. And another run in scoring position. 2 down. That's one of the most difficult things about losing Baldwin and Murphy. It's not just the fact that you've lost the bat, but they are running on us left and right. The 1-1 bangs it into the first base dugout. 1-2. You've got so many pitchers on this staff that have slow releases. It's really hard for them to manage it because it's not all the catcher's fault. The 1-2 count. Swing, pops it up. Giving chase, foul territory is Riley, and he's going to run out of room. Ball bounces off the dugout into the crowd. Do it again, 1-2. 1-2 count. Carrasco comes set, lifts the red glove and brings it. Swing, rips it. Leaping catch by Matt Olson, and that'll end the inning. We'll see if the offense can get rolling. Does that wake us up and save the game? We'll be back. Braves trail 2-0.
If you love someone, set them free. If you hate someone, set them free. Basically, just set everybody free. Get a dog. People are annoying.
Excuse me, did you like the movie?
I did.
Well, I didn't because you didn't shut the up.
What? Something's wrong with my legs. When I go like this, and then I go like that, I end up at the liquor store.
Okay, I used to be so nervous about like eating out alone, but I just came here and got a chicken sandwich all on my own and I don't care. Judge me, judge me.
Loser.
Hey Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Maybe it's Maybelline. Honey, mind your business. Mind your business.
I can remember he used to come in, slap me in the head, wake me up, and he got the paper and he said, "Hey, Mick, wake up." He said, "We're fighting again."
I think Mickey probably helped him more than anybody because Mickey's been through the glare of the New York media and through national pressures too, and I think that's the reason they roomed together.
As the season wound down and the pressure grew, Maris and Mantle continued to share the spotlight, but a dramatic turn in their historic chase would soon shift the glare entirely onto one of them, and its heat would take a terrible toll. As the 1961 Major League Baseball season entered the home stretch, the surprising Cincinnati Reds found themselves leading the National League.
No one expected it in spring training. No one expected it in May, June, or July. It wasn't probably till August that people really said that, we do have a chance.
Join the Country Club today. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today. Ozzie Albies leads us off. First pitch on the way. Slider inside from Gus Vartel, and it's 1-0, so he'll stay on to try to close the game. Ozzie, 2 for 3 on the day with a couple of singles. One was an infield single, but 1-0. Misses inside. They're going to challenge us. This one's extremely close. They did get it overturned, so it's 1-1. So the Nationals will keep their one challenge left. Braves still have 2. 1-1 to Ozzie. They set up on the outer edge. Swing, rips it into right field. That's down for a base hit, and it's a leadoff single for Ozzie Albies.
I'm the whiz, I'm the whiz, I'm the whiz, and nobody beats me.
3-hit day for Ozzie Albies, and that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. He's 1 for 3. One swing could tie this baby up. It's a hard hit ball that dropped right in front of the right fielder, Dylan Cruz. A little too much topspin on it. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way to Riley. Swing. Fouls it straight back. Corkscrewed to the backstop. It's 0-1. Harris is on deck. Eli White is in the hole. Who you have available off the bench is Yaz, who would probably hit for Eli. And then you also have Dominic Smith, the 0-1. Misses high and in. 1-1. 1-1 count. Kicks and fires. Swing, rips it. That ball's going to get down for a base hit. That ball's got eyes. Going into the corner, and Ozzie Albies is going to make it all the way to third. We've got runners on the corners. Nobody out.
You're my boy, Blue.
And here we go, boys.
Blue, you're my boy.
Get it. Riley raked it over the infield. Cut off by Wood before it could get to the corner, but not before Ozzie went corner to corner. Michael Harris the second. He could win this game with one swing, and it looks like they're going to go to the bullpen. I believe that's the southpaw coming in. We'll be back in a flash. Might be Richard Lovelady. We'll be back in a flash. Lefty-lefty matchup when we return Harris coming to the plate, representing the winning run. Richard Lovelady coming on, lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss at the sweeper off the plate. It's 0-1. Standing on deck is Eli. So I don't think they'll pinch hit there. We got runners on the corners, nobody out. Two right-handers due up after Lovelady. It's Eli and Kim. The 0-1 swing and a miss. Chase another bad sweeper off the plate. It's 0-2. The 0-2 count. What you'd love to see is a wild pitch or something. That second one was kind of well off the plate. If you can get a wild pitch, you'd score a run and get the other runner to second. The 0-2 in the dirt. 1-2. So 1-2 count. Harris has to shorten up his swing here. And they've got the infield back and to the right, considering they keep throwing to the outside part of the plate. He just taps it to the left side of the infield. Everybody's going to be safe and a run's going to come home. Got to get the home run out of his mind and just try to tap one. The 1-2. Swing. Pops it up. High into right field. Cruz coming in. Here comes the throw, and Ozzie fakes like he's coming home. The throw will come home. Everybody stays at their positions, and there's one away. So F9 your scorecard, still runners at first and third, and there's one out. One out, and that'll bring Eli White to the plate, and Eli, who's 0 for 3 on the day, struck out, hit into a double play, he's grounded out. First pitch on the way to Eli is a slider off the edge. It's 0-1. We know Eli can get into one every once in a while. He hits to all sides of the field when it goes to go in yard. The 0-1. Sweeper out and away. It's 1-1. We've talked about it before, but Riley, who doesn't have great speed, but he does run the bags well. If you get one in the corner, we could tie this up. The 1-1, up and in, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Lovelady comes set, brings it, Swing. And a miss. 2-2. Standing on deck is Kim. The 2-2. Brings it. Swing. Slaps it onto the right side of the infield. The ball's going to get in and out of the glove of Nunez. Everybody's going to be safe, and it's 2-1. The Braves have cut it to a 1-run lead. It's an error, but we'll give Book of Eli credit there.
Ground for our sake. Both thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for us.
He was trying to hurry the play because of Eli's speed trying to turn 2. He just makes the solid play and gets Riley at second. It would have been 2 outs, a 1-run game, and Eli at first. Now runners are at first and second. There's still only 1 out, and Ha-Seong Kim, it's about time for him to slam his first home run of the year, don't you think? Butera is coming out to talk a little strategy as Ha-Seong Kim comes to the plate. Chadwick Tromp would be due up next. And honestly, the way Kim's been swinging the bat, I can't imagine he's talking about pinching around Kim. So Kim's got to get ready. Kim's batting just 118 on the year. Tromp is batting 400, though he hasn't had much pop in his hits. I would seriously doubt if the talk was. It's probably more of where you want to go with this at bat. First pitch on the way, sweeper down and in. It's 1-0. In the hole would be the top of the order, Ronald Acuna Jr. 1-0. Brings it. 4-seamer right down the pipe on the outer edge. 1-1. One count. Kicks and fires high and out of the zone. 2-1. Almost threw that to the backstop. That would have brought the winning run to second base, which would have been very nice. You would have eliminated the force play. The 2-1 to Kim. Turns and kicks. Sweeper outside wide, ball 3-1. So he's in danger of loading the bases. Three-1 count. Chadwick is on deck. Acuna's in the hole. Winning run stands at first with very good speed in Eli White. The 3-1 pitch swing, chops it down the third base line. Foul. And it's a full count. Thankfully, that went foul because if it stays fair, that might have been a double play. The ball was heading right to third. He could have stepped on the bag and tossed it to first. The 3-2 pitch. Brings it inside, down and in, ball 4. And he'll head on down to first. Bases are loaded.
Not much. Simple physics. Calculate the velocity V in relation to the trajectory T, in which G, gravity, of course, remains a constant.
Ducks all over the pond. Chadwick Tromp has a chance to be a hero twice in the same weekend. He walked it off on Friday night. Can he deliver once again? We're going to get another pitching change. A right-hander coming out of the pen. And this will be interesting. As the right-hander coming out of the pen, bases are loaded, 1 out. Don't go anywhere, Braves country. We got ourselves a 1-run game. So here we go. You can see the splits on your screen. Slider, four-seamer, sinker, and changeup. He's a four-pitch pitcher. And the bases are juiced. The Braves trail by 1, bottom of the 9th inning. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss at the slider. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Remember, Ronald Acuna Jr. stands on deck. And Trump is he's just trying to hit a fly ball to tie the game up. The 0-1 to Chadwick. Down and away, good take, 1-1. Tried to get him to chase that slider off the plate. That was a much slower slider on that delivery. They've got a couple of lefties sitting on the bench to pinch hit. The problem is, if you don't end the game here in the 9th, you've got nobody to catch. The 1-1 to Chadwick. Trump digging in the pitch. Fastball upstairs. 1-2. 1-2 count. Acuna's on deck. Bases are juiced. Braves trail by 1. Bottom of the 9th. After 2 rain delays. And timeout is called by Chadwick as he steps out of the box for a second. Chadwick in limited at bats, batting .400 on the year. Trying to come through here one more time. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that will put 2 outs on the board. Braves are down to their last out, and Ronald Acuna Jr., who has walked twice already. A third walk would tie the game up. A base hit would most likely win it, with Eli White standing at second. Anything that gets down into the grass into the outfield, running on contact, Eli should burn home. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way, high and inside. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Brings it. Sinker up top, 1-1. One count. Balta turns and kicks. Swing. Chopper down the third base line. It's 1-2. Braves down to their last strike. Bases loaded. 2 outs. The 1-2 count. Balta comes set. The pitch. High and inside. 2-2. That pitch was very high indeed. In fact, good job by Ruiz keeping that from going all the way to the backstop and tying the game. The 2-2. Kicks and fires. Swing, just got a piece of that slider. Do it again. He might see that pitch again. He just got a piece of it. He's gone 4-seam sinker slider, 4-seam slider. The 2-2 pitch. Brings it. Swing, hits it to the right side of the infield, and here comes the play. He's going to toss it to first, and the Nationals beat the Braves 2-1. The Braves get the tying run to third, the winning run to second, and cannot get them home. Braves lose a tough one, 2-1. Exciting game all the way to the end. 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for Washington. 1 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Atlanta Braves.
This sucks, and it's horse. But
but I'm too polite to say anything, because I'm a class act.
There isn't anything to do. We're done. We're licked. What will they do to us? Right now, we're caught as we're wanted. If it's amusement you're after, I guess the game's up. Then it's all over with.
Oh, what a loser!
So goodbye, everybody, and remember, please, for the next day or so, the terrible lesson you learned tonight.
Oh no! We suck again!
Tough loss 2-1. Atlanta Braves will go back to the drawing board. 36-18 on the year now. And we head to Boston for 3. The offense just has sputtered the last 3 nights. So they'll try to get that cleaned up before we head to Boston for a 3-game series. Tuesday night, 6:45 Eastern. Come on the air at 6:15. Same thing on Wednesday and 4:10 on Thursday. We'll see you then, Braves country. Tough loss. Still a heck of a start to the season. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone, He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
It's closing time, y'all. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Have a great one. On your way out, please like and subscribe, and don't forget to tip your favorite bartender. We'll see you. I'm Mac McGee, signing off for Braves Country Radio.